Alright, stationeers, where were we? Day 11. We had just built a nice big... We expanded the hab. We had pumped it to vacuum. We filled it full of air. The ceiling is way above us now, and we even added some lights. It's beautiful. Gorgeous. But we are doing good here. We're just getting to the point of getting a big greenhouse going so we can produce our own oxygen, produce our own water. Both good to have. If I remember right where I left off, we had just filled this area up with mostly CO2. It's like half an atmosphere pressure with just pure carbon dioxide for the most part. Very small amount of other gases and a little bit of oxygen. Right now we got the greenhouse is going to slowly convert that CO2 to oxygen. So if I take my helmet right off, I will suffocate and die right away. But if you give it just a little time and let the air slowly turn to oxygen from the greenhouse, then we will be able to breathe in here. And that's the end goal. We're going to get to the point where we can breathe, and then I can just bust out the walls in our tiny little hab room. That's the only breathing room right now, the only spot where we can take our helmet off safely. But once it's safe everywhere, we bust that off, and then everything is good to go at that point. We can, it's got systems for adding carbon dioxide when we need, and removing excess gas when it's too full. So we'll be good to just move right along. Alright, this is the thing we used to pump the vacuum. We no longer need it. Let's go ahead and just clear it out real quickly. I'm thinking for this session we want to expand the greenhouse a bit. We can just dump a bunch of plants in there. That'll only take a minute. And then we'll be able to start mixing fuel. Will be very nice. I want to start mixing some fuel. I was also thinking I want to do some small adjustments to the general code we have for managing the habitat. Right now we've got it set up to only fill up to like 5% carbon dioxide. I'm thinking we want to adjust that to be like 30 or 40, like a ton of carbon dioxide. But as long as the dude can breathe, it's all good. And that'll serve as an inert gas to prevent any explosions. If we get any volatiles mixed into here, we won't see the oxygen combine with that to make fuel and go boom, which is a pretty common problem. If you make a room that's like 90% oxygen, it's very prone to fires. So I'm thinking instead of using nitrogen, just use carbon dioxide for that. But anyway, we were making some hydroponics. We need some hydroponics. For that, we're going to need some iron. Let's go grab that. We need to keep an eye out for traders looking to buy water. Galactic Gush seems good. Do I have any money? I have $7. That's not money. Yep. So we need to keep an eye out for a vendor who buys ore. Then we can make some money. And then we can bring in the Galactic Gushers to get some more water going. But until we have our own water production, as we turn the greenhouse gas or the greenhouse on and start consuming that water, we're going to be consuming water faster than we've ever had before. Probably want to adjust the logic too, so that we can start moving oxygen into the general storage tank instead of our like breathy suit storage tank. And then we can use that oxygen to mix fuel and create water. So I think I want to get all of those going like right now. That's not very far ahead of us. It's like immediate future. We might already have enough water too to be able to produce our own oxygen and produce our own water. Might already be okay. But let's get that loop going. That's the sustainability loop that we need so that we can survive on this planet forever. We produce our own water. We can use that to produce oxygen through plants, feeding the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere after we cool it down. Combine that with volatiles to make more water. And the cycle grows. So we're going to grab some iron here and turn that into greenhouse. Greenhouse is cheap. Basically just iron. What else do we need? We should style the greenhouse a little too. I should make it pretty, like I made the main hab area pretty. That's a nice to have that's very much worth having. It's so pretty now. It looks so much better. Every time we interact with our base, it's going to be significantly less depressing. It's feeling like a beautiful home instead of a panic shelter. Can't see chat. There's chat. Oh yeah, I like glass straws too. Glass straws and steel straws. Generally glass and steel and less plastic. Try and stay away from plastic. Everything's plastic, and I've got enough plastic in my brain already. Alright, here's a bunch of iron. Let's go ahead and cook it. Looks like we had some iron already, but we can always use more. I'm going to throw this into the machine, start turning it into some hydroponics. I'm sure we can eat all of this. It's like 10 for each hydroponics. This is only maybe like 100. That's not a lot when you're covering the whole floor. Alright, we're cooking. Let's get rid of the cold gas. Let's throw in iron. We can keep the activate switch on because we want it to just go right through whenever it's ready. And it shouldn't go through before then. Add a little bit of heat. Hello, kitty. Who's my good boy? You going into your corner? You're a beautiful boy. What a good kitty. Kitty's looking good today. Kitty had a nice walk. We got a good walk in. It's a good day to be a kitty. Alright, we can throw down some cladding maybe. What colors do I want to use? I was thinking black floor here maybe. I was thinking maybe green and brown for the greenhouse. Those feel like plant colors. Feels appropriate for plants. Hallway can be black. What else do we need? Let's grab these and throw them down. We're gonna need more lights. Need to wait for these ferns to grow. Do some adjustments to our programming logic for the fuel mixing and whatnot. Start getting that going, perhaps. Alright, and how far do you guys reach? You go back 2 rows, and then forward 2 rows. Okay, so we'll do something similar. That's gonna be, goes all the way to here, so we can do 1, 2, lights should be right here. Okay, that's pretty perfect. It's just like right on the edge, 1 tile. That's not quite right. Where's my lights? Do I have lights? Grow lights? Any grow lights? I only need like 2 grow lights. No grow lights. Give me more grow lights. What do you need? Copper and electrum. Electrum, copper's right there. Craft some of that in a second. Did you make all the stuff? Nope, too cold. Get rid of some of the cold air. Add some hot air. Iron comes out. Copper goes through. T. Alright, that's going to make more than we need for now, but we are going to need them sooner than later. So we can make a few extras. Just grabbing 2 of these. And then we can plug them in, and they will work immediately with no extra programming. Okay, that's 1. 2, please. I like glass hallway. This looks neat. Big black hole lava. Cooling center. How you doing, cooling center? You still doing the thing? I see evaporation. I see evaporation and condensation. You're doing your thing. Alright, lights go right here, is it? Straight in line. That should do 2 that way, 2 that way, and then this one won't work. Okay, plug them in. Looks like I'm low on cables. Not super low. Alright. Alright, so these are all ready to go all the way out to here. This isn't going to work. We can add one more thing of grow lights, perhaps. I should probably just do like the whole floor here. Just covered in ferns. Alright, give me a bunch more. You can just delete all of that iron. You done making things? You are. Let's pop that out. We were low on wires. Can make those go. Alright, and then what do we have here? So this is going to cover all the way to... Let's see, it'll do these two, it'll do these two, it won't do this. So... we need to pull 2 ahead of this, right there, I think. Is that the right spot? It's going to do 1, 2, that's not quite right. Needs to be 1 closer, or 1 further. Right there, I think. That's gonna do this one, 1, 2. Okay. That should do it. Let's get this guy in line. Where'd my tool go? There. Alright, so there's a bunch more lights. We can fill in the floor with hydroponics. And we're just kind of waiting for the plants here. Plants need to grow to the point where we can multiply them. So just filling in the floor. Meanwhile, oxygen go up. We're up to almost 1% oxygen. Another 40% or so, we might be able to breathe. We'll probably like triple or quadruple the number of plants there. It's a little painful to get the initial filling in period, but after that, we'll have lots and lots of air. You can start doing all the programming and logic for like fuel mixing and stuff too. No reason to wait for us to actually have oxygen. Plant some plants, get that going. Can wait a little bit for it to turn on. And then maybe do the automated ore management. It'd be nice to be able to have all of the stuff auto-furnished for us, instead of having to micromanage the inventories or the ores. The setup we've got with the advanced furnace is great. It's doing well, it's doing everything we need it to do, it's carrying us into the late game, and it's also a lot more difficult than just walking up to a vending machine and clicking vend. That's a very achievable goal. Could do that pretty quickly. Alright. How are we doing? You done crafting? You need stuff? We can't go outside because storm? Alright, so those are all good. And we can fill that into here. We do one more thing or two more lights, maybe. Just have a gigantic thing of ferns in the back corner. Cosmic Forge seems good. Void Ventures, maybe. Let's see if this guy has anything for us. I don't think we can bring him in a storm. Orchards is plants and stuff. But we can't do plants and stuff. Or there's nothing there for us, I mean. All we can do is maybe buy some seeds, and we have like all the seeds we need. Alright, let's manage the suit real quick. Fill up the jetpack. Fill up all the air. Fill up the battery. All micromanaged now by programming logic. Just gotta walk up and dump the suit. It's all good. Let's see. What's our air look like in here? It's 40% nitrogen. So I'm tempted to bump the carbon dioxide up. This is eventually where we're going to want to have that logic, but probably not while this room is 40% nitrogen. How about seeds? Do we have any seeds? We can harvest plants, but we can't harvest seeds. Let's give them a little bit longer. We can harvest all of these pretty soon, a day or two. Alright, so I'll adjust this to increase the carbon dioxide content in the room, and then we can bust out the wall eventually. Fuel mixing we can get going. That seems good to do. I think I'll do that as soon as the storm stops. Alright, I gotta run ads. 1 second. I love tea. I love tea so much. My body is composed mostly of tea. Tea and coffee.
Oxygen critical.
Just waiting for the storm. Alright, storm's still storming. I think we can at least, like, go grab the chip and start programming it. Gonna rough it. Brave. Can steal the programming chip here. Alright, we run home. Let's take a quick look at this. I'm gonna import, gonna edit. Nope, gonna open, gonna edit. Okay, so let's see. So just for now, instead of doing the max pressure, this is all our logic for handling the suit. So currently our oxygen is getting pumped into a tank that feeds into our suit, and then it's getting cooled off to 10 Celsius so that we have a good supply of air for our suit, which is like the most important place for oxygen to be. If we run out there, we can't leave the house anymore, we start dying. So we still want to keep this working, but we don't want to pump it to max pressure because it's going to spend like hours. All the oxygen we're going to generate is going to go straight into our suit instead of creating fuel and creating water. I want to get this cycle completed so that we can start creating our own water and not have to rely on vendors for that. So instead of doing the max pressure here, which is like 19 megapascals, we already have 6 megapascals in there. Let's say 5,500, 5.5 megapascals. We're just going to hard code this in. Confirm that. Is this right? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Gonna export that. So this should tweak the logic so that the thing doesn't turn on unless we're down below 5.5. We're already at 6. If we go take a look at this guy. So that should be just fine for stopping the flow of oxygen into this tank. This guy's no longer going to take priority. Instead, it's going to go into the main oxygen supply, which extends all the way over there. So we can program that and start doing our fuel generation. Along with that, I need to plug this in. I remember that I removed a pipe to help it with filling the oxygen tank more quickly since we were dying because of it. So we'll throw a pipe right here. Does that plug in? It's perfect. Okay. And now we should see when we pull oxygen from our greenhouse room, it should go into here. And right now it's extremely low, but over time this is just going to be filling. So that's good. This will be our supply, our main supply of oxygen. We're going to need to add some logic here for fuel mixing. We want to mix this volatile with this oxygen in the correct ratios to create fuel. Fuel being super useful for burning in a furnace. More importantly for us, we want it to make water. That's what we're looking for more than anything. How's our coolant doing? The coolant is at -14. That's good. We added some heat to it when we dumped the CO2 tank into our atmosphere, basically. We dumped all this into our base to puff it up to half an atmosphere. So this is working to fill up again and then cool off, but it's only at like 40 C. It's doing good. Alright, so. Fuel, maybe? Should we do fuel mixing right now? We do it right now. It's a little early, but we could do it. Let's see. What do I want for fuel mixing? I'm going to want a small tank, probably a big tank. Let's get a big tank. Give me a big tank, so we're going to need more insulated tank. Give me like one of these. I think 3 does it. Right? Need one more kit, I think. No, I think it's like 5. I need a bunch of these. Okay, I need that. I need insulated pipes. I need not a digital valve. I need not pressure regulator. I need a volume pump. Got any volume pumps in the wall? Just one volume pump. We need more volume pumps than that. Seeds go here. Chips go here. How you doing? Thirsty for steel. Have some steel. Make me some stuff. Looks like it's gonna do one more, which will give us 5, which is exactly what we need. Okay. After that, we're gonna need a volume pump. Alright, so that's 5. There's our 2 volume pumps. Let's go route that stuff, and we can bring in the... Ooh, Meteor Mechanics. I think this is the guy we actually want. I'll bring this one in to see what he's got, but I think this one's better. We got max power. I need to change the angle. 95. What happens if I go one left? Is that going to make it worse? It's going to go into the building. That should make it worse. This thing needs to be moved. We need a large satellite on the roof, instead of a medium satellite in the wall blocking most of the vision. Alright, what you got for me, guy? Can I sell you things? You want to buy fuel? Someday. Someday soon. That's free money. You want a box of chocolates? Nope. Okay, bye. Anyone else? How's you doing? That made it worse. I thought so. Go this way. 3 notches. Alright, anything else I need from here? I don't think so. I'll let you think for a minute. We'll go out and do things. How's battery power? Great. The storm totally filled the batteries. That's nice. Is the storm blowing the lines? These guys aren't blowing up? Surprising. I think the storm does 20 kilowatts of power max from a windmill, which means this 8 windmills should do 160 kilowatts. The heavy wire only holds 100 kilowatts. That should be blowing the wire. I don't know why not, but okay. Alright. Well, let's see. What are we doing here? We've already got power. We've got our supply of oxygen. We've got a supply of volatiles. Let's move the supply of volatiles over. We're going to combine this guy with this guy to make fuel. Do I want to do a big fuel? I imagine a small fuel is fine. But big fuel is big. Ooh, that's a good argument. I'm going to do big fuel because it's big. That's the logic. Alright, big fuel is big. Big fuel can live here. Let's try and get it in line with this guy. Fuel should be red. Okay. We're gonna have a fuel pumps. We'll have one for oxygen and one for the volatile. So let's say like one here, one here. This should work. These go into the fuel. We can paint it red. Oops, not you. Ah, that's fine. You're red now. You don't have to deal with it. Okay. And then that goes into here. That's fuel. Now we need an oxygen line. Gotta keep everything painted right. That's actually pretty important, just for... It does nothing, except it lets you know visually what's going on, which is a lot. So we will paint. Also, it's pretty. Pretty painting. Alright, that goes there. Then we'll have the pink for the volatiles. Okay. That's all the main pieces. Let's label some stuff. You are a oxy pump. Gonna pump oxygen. You are a vol pump to pump volatiles. You are a fuel tank. Okay, what else do we need? We're gonna need a couple of the pipe analyzers. Would be a good idea. Let's do a pipe analyzer here. We're gonna need one more pipe analyzer. Do we? We could just plug into the tanks. So this tank is taken by a different circuit. We can use the analyzer on it. I think just for consistency, I'll use an analyzer. They don't take any power. It's like 5-watt power draw. I just want to have identical variables in our programming logic. Make it a little easier instead of having an analyzer for one and a tank for the other. Yeah, okay. Also, do we get the mechanic dude? No? That made it worse. He's mad. Forge would be good. Can't bring him in because he's a 6x6. Can I, like, make you not pointing inside of all my shit? You know? What if I turn you all the way down to, like, here? Is that gonna help? Let's turn the power usage down, too. So, like, really high power usage for no reason. Alright, I need a analyzer. It's gonna make one analyzer. Perfect. Alright, analyzer go there. We will say, get out our tools. We'll say this is the vol analyzer. This is the oxy analyzer. Okay. Got all those. Maybe a little bit of paint. Where's my paint? Keeps moving my things around. Not sure why. Anyway. You are pink. You are white. Beautiful. And you are bothering me. Be gray again. Thank you. Okay, so there's all of that. Now we need to plug these in and then add programming logic. Okay, let's go there. Can I plug the tank in? Where's the tank's plug? We're going to need to keep track of the volatile tank, or the fuel tank. Above and Beyond so good. We're raving. I'm raving right now. Turn up the volume on these dudes to max volume. Alright, what else are we missing? We need programming, so we need a housing for... Where's the housing? Do I have housings? We have one housing. That'll work. We'll change this. Let's do it that way is okay. Alright, so we got a programming housing, and then we need to program a chip to throw in here to do this. So we can go do that right now. You aim in the right way? No? And you're pointed straight at windmills? Perfect. Might need to build a new satellite sooner than... We could just move that on the roof even, and it would be immediately better. Okay, that actually should work. Let's turn that all the way up. And we should be able to contact it. I think this is not something we can make money off of. I think this guy is good. We don't have a 6x6 landing pad yet. We're just going to bring him in and see. We can go do a little programming. Bring this dude in before we lose him. Alright, turn that off now that he's coming in. Programming is a good time to take off the suit so the dude doesn't get debuffs. We'll go into the chill room, we'll do some programming. Oh, actually before that, real quick. Looks like these are done growing. This would be a good time to multiply the ferns. Let's puff up the ferns. More ferns, please. This is like a one-time job. You can program, I think they're called Larrys, which is some big abbreviation for like arm or something. Anyway, you can program robots to manage all of your planting and harvesting and fertilizing. For the ferns, it's pretty much plant and forget. We're just gonna let them grow forever. But we have to get to that initial, we have to get the initial supply up and running. So we're just multiplying our ferns right now. And then we should never have to do this again. At least for ferns. Probably program some of the Larry arms in the future. I want to automate the production of like chocolate bars, would be perfect. Ideally go full chocolate cake is the dream. Love chocolate cake. That might be tricky, I haven't done that before. You have to get like eggs somehow, I don't know, other chickens? Can you make chickens? I want to make chickens and I want to kick them. I want to throw chickens in the lava and see what happens. It feels mean, but they deserve it.
Oxygen low.
Alright, there's a collection of plants. Let's go dump them into the, what do you call them? Hydroponics that we've created. These things are all ready to go. What about you guys? Are you ready to go as well? Driving towards seeding, so not ready to seed. Seeding will give us more of an output, so we want to wait for seeding before we harvest these. How about those seeds? You start the game with fertilized eggs you can incubate. Most people impact them into harsh environments and kill the eggs. I think I remember this. Every time I've seen those, but by the time it's even anywhere close to looking at them, by the time it's anywhere close to time to look at them, they have already turned into mush. So, nope. Not for us, not today. Also, I did the super duper hard start where they give you almost nothing. They give you like half an airlock and an auto lathe and say good luck. So that's been our experience. The start was really hard. At one point we didn't have a hab yet. I had to eat and drink or I was gonna die. And I didn't have time to eat or drink. So I had to take off my helmet in the awful environment and then and then eat and drink and eat a pill really fast before I died. I was like passing out, about to die. In fact, I had to save scum it like twice. I couldn't fully eat and drink. I could eat and drink a little, and then down the pill before I died. So it was a hard start. No eggs for us. Eggs are a luxury. I'm sure you can trade for them. That will be the inevitable plan. Okay, we got our multiplied our plants just a little bit. Let's go ahead and do a little programming. Where'd my thing go? It's amazing how easy it is to lose things. Even with color-coordinated backpacks, they like to just go into the wrong place. Alright, I'm going to throw a chip in here for programming. We're going to edit. We're going to go ahead and start some new code. I'm going to grab just the generic template code, which has the basics. This is super basic script, nothing really going on here. We've got an example of a definition of a device being plugged in. That's a D0. It's going to correspond to like this is D0, D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. That's how we're going to wire it. It's got, oops, what the fuckity, what? Excuse me, didn't I overwrite this? Oh, I didn't confirm. That's what it is. What else has it got? It's got a example of a variable. We have these 15 registers, which you should pretty much never explicitly target. If you find yourself using R0, R1, R2, you're probably doing it wrong. You want to have a label for everything, more or less. Otherwise, your code's going to be more difficult to understand and read. And we've got an example of just a hard-coded constant here for like a max temp, 130. So let's see, what are we doing? We're mixing fuel. That's our goal. So we are looking to take the volatiles and to take the oxygen and to combine them to achieve a ratio of 2 to 1 of volatiles to oxygen. Okay, so what I'm thinking we want to do from a high level perspective, just from like an English explanation, we want to check to see if the pressure in the fuel tank is low, and we want to add more in general. And if we have some oxygen to add, then go ahead and pump some oxygen in. We also might want to add another and for checking to see that the temperature is okay on the oxygen. If the fuel gets hot, it will combust, and then our whole fuel tank is going to it's going to combust, it'll just like burn and turn into useless gas and heat, or it might just literally explode. That'll be a fun thing. I'll probably ignite it deliberately after it gets filled, just to watch it explode and see how chaotic it'll be. That'd be a fun thing to do. But we don't want to do that on accident. So we're going to want to keep track of temperatures. So the idea is if the fuel tank's low and we have enough oxygen, pump a little bit of oxygen in there. And then we can always expect to have more than enough volatiles ready to go. The volatiles are just collected from the atmosphere. We already have a massive tank of volatiles. For sure, the choke point is going to be oxygen. So we'll add oxygen when we need. And then for the volatiles, we'll just check to see the ratios. How are the ratios looking? If we are below 66.66%, hail Satan, hail Satan, hail Satan, of volatiles, then we're going to go ahead, hail Satan. We're going to add some volatiles to the system until we reach that correct ratio, hail Satan. So that should be all we need in this system. It might be a teeny bit off in the beginning, but really quickly it's going to hit like the perfect ratios. They also have an item for like a volume mixer that you can use where you could specify like take this input and that input, do 30%, 33% of this one, 66.6% of this one, and pump it in. If the pressures are different in the volatile and oxygen containers, which they're definitely going to be, then that doesn't work right. You'd expect it to do, it'll mess up the ratios. It'll try and, the one that has more pressure is going to push through a lot more. So we don't want to use a fuel mixer. That's going to flood the thing with volatile and make it useless. And we don't want to blow it up. That's kind of what we're looking to do. That's the general overview for what we're going to be doing here. Hail Satan. What else we got? So this is just generic starter code. We have a main loop. The main loop is going to yield, which just is like rest for a second, let everything settle. It jumps to load variables, where we'll do our computation for loading variables. It'll come back, and then it jumps to main. So this guy loops forever, yielding when it needs to, and then loading variables and stuff. All right, what are we going to have here? We are going to have, for inputs, we're going to have our D fuel tank. That's going to be one device. We're going to have our D vol pump is going to be another device. We're going to have D vol analyzer. It's going to be D2. We're going to have D oxy pump is D3. We're going to have D oxy analyzer, which is D4. Okay, so we've got our fuel tank, we've got the pumps, we've got the analyzers. That should be all we need to collect all the information for everything I just described. For variables, let's take a look. Let's see. The temp is not right. We could, if we want to, we could plug this into, we've got that coolant system. We can use the same AC code that we're using all over the place to make sure that the fuel holds the correct temperature. But I think we're okay there. I think if we check to make sure the volatiles aren't too hot, the oxygen's always going to be like 20 C because it's coming in from our greenhouse, so it's always going to be low. The volatile, we should be able to, it should always be 20 C too. It shouldn't have any trouble keeping up with that. We're not going to be adding fuel to this very fast, but we can check the temperature on that just in case, because that could be the only one that's going to risk causing heat. So we'll have V vol temp is going to be one variable. We're going to have the fuel tank pressure should be another variable. We can make that R14. We will have the oxy pressure. It's going to be R13. What else do we need here? Anything? Oh, definitely. We need our vol ratio, R12. Okay, max temp should not be 130. We'll say max temp is 25 on the volatiles. Make sure the volatiles are cold before we continue here. could even say, max temp's fine. All right. Define min vol ratio. Let's add vol here too. We're only checking vol. Max vol temp 25. Min vol ratio is going to be 0.66666666, the 2/3. And then we're going to want to define target pressure is going to be how much fuel we want to fill into the fuel tank. So we could do something like, 39 again. 39 megapascals is a good level. Only concern there being pressure is going to increase heat. So no explosions. No explosions. Might want to cool this off with AC code eventually. Okay, anyway. This is a good start, I think. Let's write some logic. So first off, loading variables. We need to load into our various variables. So we can load the vol temp is going to be d vol analyzer temperature. Load the fuel tank pressure is going to be d fuel tank pressure. Another thing we need to do with the vol temp here is convert it from Kelvin to Celsius. So we will subtract V vol temp 273.15. So we're going to take the vol temp, we're going to subtract 273 from itself, and then store that in vol temp. So vol temp is now in C. Okay, we've got the fuel pressure. We need the vol ratio. So we will load the vol ratio is going to be our d fuel tank ratio volatiles. All right, we've got all of these loaded, and now we need a couple more variables. We're going to have a variable for V oxy pump is on. It's going to be R11, alias V vol pump is on is going to be R10. Okay. So let's compute those. What was the general logic? V oxy pump is on is going to be equal to if the oxygen pressure is high enough. So V oxy pressure, or have we loaded that? Yep, V oxy pressure. Did we load that? No, we didn't load that. Load V oxy pressure is D oxy analyzer pressure. Okay, so oxy pump is on is if the oxy pressure is greater than min oxy pressure, which needs to be defined. Define min oxy pressure is going to be, let's say, like 500. Half a atmosphere, or half a megapascal is going to be enough that will move some air. That's fine. So let's make sure there's a little bit of oxygen before we try and turn anything on. Otherwise, like right now, it's not going to work. It's just going to be trying to pump an empty pipe and causing trouble. What else? So this and the target pressure, or the fuel tank pressure, is below target pressure. So the fuel tank pressure is less than target pressure. Throw an and in here. Okay, so I think here is what our general logic is, what we're looking for the oxy pump. If there is enough oxygen pressure in the pipe, if the oxygen pressure is greater than the min oxy pressure, and we don't have enough fuel in our tanks, we want to start adding more. If the fuel tank pressure is below the target pressure, then our oxy pump will be on. Okay, now let's turn this into assembly. We will do this using two variables. This is a good use of R0, R1, just since we're going to be using them as temp variables for like one line of code. So let's define both of those. First, we say set greater than R0 is going to be if the V oxy pressure is greater than min oxy pressure. So this is that first clause is going into R0. Set greater than into R0 if the V oxy pressure is greater than the min pressure. We've got one of those clauses is true. Okay, and then we have set less than R1. The fuel tank pressure is less than target pressure. Okay, those look good. And then we and both of those. So V oxy pump oxy pump is on is going to be the AND of R0 and R1. We take both of these clauses, we AND them together, and there we go, we're ready to go. Okay, so that's one variable down. So now our load variables function is loading various variables. It is computing the oxy pump is on, and then we need to apply that. We will say set d oxy pump on v oxy pump is on. So that's part of the equation. We'll now be adding oxygen when we're below the threshold we want and we have enough oxygen in the pipe. No concern for temperature here. Let's go ahead and set up the vol portion. V vol pump is on. It's going to be equal to the V vol temp is less than max vol temp. Is that correct? Max vol temp looks good. And V vol ratio is less than min vol ratio. Is that all correct? Vol ratio, min vol ratio. Okay, so here's our general in English version of what we're looking to do. The volume pump is going to be on if our temp is below a scary threshold, which it should always be, but this is just kind of a backup. If this fails, then maybe we're going to one day have our ratios off and have too much oxygen in the tank. I don't think that's the case. I just feel like this is the most likely place where explosions are going to happen. I would rather see the ratios go off and then fix it later than see shit explode. But shouldn't have to worry about that, I don't think. Anyway, I think this looks good. So if the temperature is below the max temperature and our ratio is too low, if we haven't reached that 6666 Hail Satan number, then we're going to turn this volume pump on. Okay, so let's get this one too. First one is set less than. We're going to reuse R0. This is that temp variable. It's going to be the vol temp is less than max vol temp. We're going to say set less than R0. The vol ratio is less than min vol ratio. And we're going to AND both of those into vol pump is on R0, R1. Looks good, except this needs to be a 1. Okay, so we're setting up these two clauses, matching this part exactly. If the volume temp is below the max volume temp, if the volume ratio is below the min volume ratio, then turn on the pump. All right, so this guy's got the correct logic on it now. We say set v vol pump on, v vol pump is on. Boom, got it. That's a program. That's a program. It might not work though, but it also might work though. Who knows? We're gonna find out. This one's gonna be called fuel mixer. Confirm, export. And that was all a race with the ads. Have a couple ads while I eat and drink.
Hydration critical. Oxygen low.
That's good advice. Leave them in the pack. I can't see what is happening. Where's the floor? Alright, I'm multiplying ferns. These guys are ready with seeds. seeds and duplicants. Let's get some more ferns going. Then maybe check water. I wonder if we're not careful, we might start flying through our water supply. I wonder how much they drink. That's good advice on not unpacking them to keep them preserved. That is a mistake I've made every time I've had them. I'm overwhelmed with ferns. There's too many ferns. Who let me make this many ferns? Someone be responsible for my decisions, not me though. Okay. There are some more ferns and we can make more. Not a huge rush there. Throw a couple seeds on the floor. How are we doing? We're up to 2% oxygen. We're doing it. All right. Any traders out there? No traders. Any new traders we can grab? Sprouts. Nibbles? Nibbles sounds good. That sounds like food. Sprout suppliers, I think that's nothing for us. We can bring them in real quick, though, before they leave in 15 seconds. I'm gonna feed this fern to the void. Alright, and how's our air supply looking? This should be filling now, but very slowly. We're up to 73 kilopascals. That is indeed filling very slowly. Okay, let's see. I'm going to plug this guy in. This is the chip we just programmed. We're going to turn it on. It's going to immediately break, but provide us with some variables here. Fuel tank is going to be our fuel tank. Volume pump is our volume pump. Volume analyzer is volume analyzer. Oxy pump, oxy pump. Oxy analyzer, oxy analyzer. Analyzers are on. Save real quick just in case. Let's turn this on. Nothing should happen. We got an error. I was thinking good chance of getting an error. Looks like I did something wrong on line 23. What's line 23 say? Set volume, V volume pump, D volume pump. Library, overwrite, confirm, export. Okay, how about now? Are you gonna run now? Okay, so let's test this a little. Already we can see that it is at least not turning on any of this stuff because the pressure's too low. So it's not going to do that. But I think everything else should be set up to bring in variables or bring in fuel and whatnot. Let's just play with this. If I turn this on, it should turn itself off, and then it should correct with some volatiles. Let's put in a little bit of oxygen. Okay, I see only oxygen in here. Oh no, it's working. So like I was saying, at the low pressures, it might have a little bit of a ratio issue as it's initially filling in a bit. So it did like 1 tick of volatiles, and because this is way high pressure, it went in much faster. In fact, we might want to turn this down just a little bit. But it did trigger. It triggered until it reached the desired ratio. 0.98 is above 0.66, so it's no longer turning on. But given some time and some oxygen, this should increase. In fact, let's turn that off. I'm just going to pump it for a minute. Let's just like pump all this in. Can we bring the ratios to the correct spot? Look how much slower that is. It's so slow. It's so slow. Oh. That makes me think this should be lower. Let's put it all the way down to like 1 for now. I don't even know if we have enough gas to reach that 0.66 ratio. Go faster. Alright, well. It's not... It's working. It's working, except it's not working because we don't have enough pressure yet. So give that a little time. Once we get the oxygen going in the greenhouse, then we should be producing fuel. Okay, so that's just add time and ferns. Speaking of which, let's add some ferns. I'm gonna go farm a little bit of ferns. Let's get some iron so that we can get some hydroponics so that we can expand the ferns. I'm tempted to plug an AC chip into that too, just to make sure our fuel's always good. I think we could mix all that logic into the existing chip pretty easily. That would be more effort than just slapping down an AC chip. We could just slap an AC chip and a heat exchanger, and then make sure that that fuel is never ever gonna get hot. Maybe just keep an eye on it a little bit. We'll see. Alright, there's one bag of iron. Let's grab a little bit more. We're out of copper too. How you doing, cold machine? Are you making the cold? Oh, he is. -41. Oh, and look, we got a puddle. Nice. I think this has essentially reached the target temperature and filled with liquid. Looking good. And the coolant is cold. What are you? You sell seeds. Seeds are nice. You don't really have anything I want to give you. Bulk carbon dioxide almost, but I think that's more effort than it's worth. And it's not cold enough yet. I'll send you away. Any other vendors? Stellar Streams? Nah. Try and point it out somewhere it'll actually reach stuff. Appliances? Nah. Looks mediocre. I turned the power down. Nope, wrong room. What am I here for? Back out. Alright, let's cook some iron. Oh, it's still just going through. It's still hot enough. Very nice. Hydro. Now, you got anything interesting for me? Build ink. Maybe. I don't think so, though. I'm pretty sure you're mediocre AF. Let's see if you can give me some money. Come on in, mediocre AF boy. Show me your mediocrity. Alright, too cold. Pump the vacuum, or pump it down a little bit. Take a look at this guy. Check our water supply, maybe. How are we on water? This is the scary resource. Scary resource is down to 60 liters. We got 250 in the pipes. We extended the pipes pretty dramatically. So that's a lot of the water just goes into here. 60 liters is not much. Uh-oh. Can I sell you anything? Ooh, wait, that's... Yeah. This guy's great. This guy's fantastic. I thought you were mediocre, but you're fantastic. This is some of the easiest money we can get. Steel and solder and all that just raises the value a lot. It's not hard to craft. Okay, good. So we can... I think we can sell, like, all of this and get thousands and then buy some water. Perfect. Invar, Electrum, Constantan, solder, steel. 300 each. That guy's perfect. We get that guy, and then we get a water vendor. That's 50, 100, 200. Okay. There's 300 of that. Can add some heat here so that iron finishes. run some copper through. Alright, what else? You wanted all sorts of things, right? You wanted solder. I think all of that can get eaten. Some Invar. We might not do everything here. I don't think we need all this guy's money. We'll get some money. We'll go make some steel super easy, so that's one we can do. I guess everything's pretty easy at this point in the game. Alright, there's a bunch of copper. Got some more iron here. Get a few more hydroponics going. We're in it's a little bit of a race with ourselves here. We need to get the water production set up pretty immediately. Otherwise, we're draining water faster and faster as we add plants, with the promise of someday making water, but that needs to happen. If we run out, we don't drink, we start dying, plants die, bad things happen. I imagine it would be recoverable, but I don't want to push that. Alright. So that is all of these guys. Could do one more row. And let's sell some stuff to this dude. Alright, so that's already 1800. That's quite a bit. Let's do the steel. Constantan and Invar. I'm gonna do some suit things real quick. I think the suit's not great. You can get ready, go out and do some farming real fast. Alright, suit's good. Eat and drink.
Oxygen low.
Alright, we need 300 steel. That is iron and coal. Alright, that's 4 things of steel if we add iron. Okay, there is full bag. Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2. We could do a little more. Little more iron. In fact, let's just do 2 bags of pure iron, or pure steel. I don't think it'll be too hard to feed that dude 300 and make the rest disappear relatively quickly. Alright, that's enough coal. Give me a little more iron. Alright, there we go. Where do I live? Right there. Easy peasy. Whoa, look how blue it is. Pretty. Wow. What a nice base. Alright, steel. Save just in case. Should be pretty trivial. Turn off the activate switch. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. So we're at 400. One, 1, 2, 3, 600. 1, 1, 2, 3, 800. 1, 2, 3, 1. That is 1,000. Which I think is exactly the amount that the furnace can hold. So load it up with 1,000 ore. Melt it all, then activate. Let's get rid of some of that cold air and add some hotter air. I forgot to check. We should be adding some more filters too. We need a carbon dioxide filter. One heavy carbon dioxide filter would be good. Maybe even a couple for the person. It's gonna make like 6. 6 is too many. We don't want to make 6. Alright, that is 1,000, and temperature's almost good. Let's get rid of some of this air first. Add some air. Out goes iron. Nope, steel, yep. Throw it into here. Break it into a couple chunks. How many of these did you make? Probably getting close to the amount we want. Thinking 2 for myself, and then 1 for the outside. We have a filter for carbon dioxide. We need a filter for volatiles as well. Let's do a heavy filter for volatiles. I remember the filters we have outside, I haven't filled them up yet. They only have like one thing in them. So let's go fill those tuppos off. What up, Taz? It's National Custodial Workers Recognition Day. Do you have like a calendar that tells you what day it's supposed to be? How do you know all the days? When's Cat Day? I like cats. Wasn't it just Coffee Day? You knew about that too. Is your hobby calendars? I haven't heard of that before. That's a unique hobby. I approve. That is a thing to do. Go up, 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 up. Alright, there's that. We could get more Constantan or Invar. We could call it good. How much money do we have? 2,000? That's probably enough to get us where we need to go. I'm gonna send you away and save some time. Let's not waste too much time feeding vendors for resources that we're about to be able to create on our own. Not the best use of time, but we do need more water. Alright, dancing. I'm dancing. It's gonna do something. It's gonna grab a pump, or a filter. Go check some filters down here. How about traders? We got any water dudes? Suppers, maybe. Can't bring this one in. You just sent that one away. Ah, you look it up before you come in. It works for me. Teach me things. Alright, so this one's at 77%. It looks like it took like 20% to fill up the entire base and this whole thing. So that's pretty good. This guy's at 93. That's going to take a while. Alright, how we doing? How are things looking here? Nothing should be happening, right? You're chilling at volatiles at the correct temperature and pressure. You are not quite the right pressure yet, but already down to the correct temperature. Seems good. Just limited by the speed of this dude, basically. How's your pressure? Are you good? 32 megapascals? That's fine. You're doing good. Okay, so everything's doing good. We just need oxygen. Just add oxygen. Oxygen goes up slowly. It goes up slowly because it's currently going up by the rate of, like... What do we got? How many ferns have we got in here? It's going up by the rate of, like... 20, 30 ferns, and I'm probably breathing a quarter of those. This is all we have for oxygen production right now, but this room is slowly filling up to almost 3%. Okay. The greenhouse grows. This goes, got this one, and then it does 2 more. We can do 2 with another here, and then do 2 more. I think this is probably good. Let's do 1 more line of lights. A little more of the plants. And then I think call it good here. That should be plenty, I would think. Do I have grow lights? Do I need to make more? Grow light. Give me 2 more. We need electrum and copper. Electrum. Copper. That should make more than we need. You good on steel? You need steel? You good on steel. Okay. Let's keep adding hydroponics. Should be grabbing more. Alright, getting close. This will be the fern farm. It's pretty big. That's a lot of ferns. It's a lot of breathy air. Oh shit, I gotta plant these two. My bad. Alright, you got 2 grow lights for me? You do. Should get some more ferns going. Cherry pick the iron out of here. Steel, 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 steel. Hydro. Hydro. There we go. Alright, so you are doing all the way to here. So we go right here, 1, 2, right there, looks right. Okay. Get these last lights plugged in. Then let's see if we can collect some more ferns. Look for water. Looks good. Okay, we're making a few more of the hydroponics, but we're almost done there. It's a little bit of a chore getting all those hydroponics, but I think we got them. How are you guys doing? You're all thriving and growing and not ready to reproduce yet. I could maybe squeeze some from over here, but it's just the plants without the seeds. So I will let you chill for a bit. Let's let those finish, and then we can duplicate them. What else we got? Water. Water is good. Those might be ready. Any water? Implements? Is that water? I don't think that's water. That sounds like things and stuff. Ads are coming. Incoming. I think I'm gonna stand in the corner and use the bathroom too in just a second here. It's bathroom time. First, let's see what this guy's got. Nothing we want. Bathroom. Alright, food is good. Back at it. I was thinking, how did my propellant tank take damage? Why are you getting damaged? That's weird. I hope that doesn't continue. I hope you do not explode. I have zero idea as to why that would be. Is it overpressurized or something? What happens when I do this? You should go up to like 19 point something. 19 point something, which is below the point of taking damage. Maybe it's like when we're outside it gets hot and then the pressure goes up and it starts taking damage. Maybe the propellant needs to be less than 19. Maybe. Or maybe it took 8% somehow. I don't know. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Anyway, where are we? What's happening? Something bathroom? Something watching the plants eat carbon dioxide? Nice, they're doing it. Look at that, carbon dioxide goes down. And then when it hits 5%, that guy turns on and puffs some more air into the room so they can keep eating and making oxygen for us. Anyway, let's keep multiplying the plants here. These guys look like they're all ready. Harvest 1,000 plants. Really? I don't believe you. I feel like we have not harvested 1,000 plants. I wonder if that's like all-time 1,000 plants. Maybe I've already harvested 1,000 plants. I guess there's been a lot of plants already this save. Particularly today. Today is plant day. Multiplying all these plants and then we can ignore them forever while they make air. Alright, there's some stuff. Got some supplies. Let's eat, let's drink. Let's go out. Alright, I can test the propellant theory. What happens if I go stand outside? Does the pressure start increasing? No. Zero change in pressure. So it must not be heating up. I don't know how we got that 8% damage. That's okay. Let's keep moving. Let's plant some plants. Let's look for water. How's the water? No water. It's a lot of plants. This was one seed at one time. Once upon a time. Alright, I think that's all of them. We could collect some more. Looks like these guys are all seeding. It is a jungle. This is our main greenhouse. This is our source of oxygen to make water and fuel. This is basically our water bank. So a few steps removed, but this is where water comes from. So we're blowing that up basically as soon as we reached a point in the game where we could. This is one of the first immediate goals. Get the ferns going to get oxygen production and water production and sustainability. Getting close. Alright, can I just like grab seeds? Maybe. We might have enough plants already. Keep them going. Just plant these guys and then we can let them grow forever. They'll never need to be managed. I say to soothe myself as I spend half an hour managing them. One-time job. Getting close. I gotta make this room pretty too. Look how gross and gray it is. Look how beautiful this castle is. Oh my god, colors. It's got colors. And then, ew. So dark and gross. I was thinking brown and green with some ceiling lights. Brown and green feels jungly. Maybe some colored lights. Do some like green lights in the ceiling. Alright, what do we need? 6, 9. Very little left. 9 more planters and that is done. Cool, almost done there. Alright, what about water? You got any water for me yet? Any water? Nope, still no water. Gas station sounds promising, but we don't have a 6x6 oxygenated room. So no. Okay, I'm going to... Oh, we got it. I was going to harvest some more iron. But we got iron. Got it just enough here. Only need like a couple stacks. Cool. Turn that on. Let's cook that. Seems good. Alright, so this should be enough hydroponics. Finish crafting the iron. Out it poops. Split that into chunks. Turn this off. Looks good. Alright, what next? What next? What next? What next? Couple things to possibly do. One is it's probably about time to expand the landing pad. I think we want like a 9x9 or 7x7. I forget the exact metric. But whatever like the biggest landing pad is, we want that set up. Even if we can't bring in the biggest traders yet, that would be good to have. Along with that, we do want the biggest satellite dish. So we can bring these dudes in. That can go on the very roof where it's less obstructed. This one right here is not doing great. It's mostly got its line of sight blocked by buildings. We can get a little bit, but we can't really move it around or do much with it. What to do there? Do I want to go to a large one? Do I want to just move the medium to the ceiling and call it good for now? Fuel generation could be good as well. Or not fuel generation. We already got the fuel mixer and fuel generation going. Just add time. I was thinking water generation. We could start those systems, get that all set up. Not quite turn it on yet, but as soon as possible, we want to produce our water. We're getting really close. We're one step away now. We got fuel. Now we need to turn that into water and then cool it off, which is pretty trivially easy to do. Alright, let's finish planting now real quick. This is almost done. Alright, how we doing? Is that enough? Probably not. I think I'm a few short. But it's better. It's progress. I'm liking this playlist. This playlist is called Chill. And it's pretty chill so far. Alright, there it is. That's a greenhouse. That's a greenhouse. Clean up some ceiling tiles. Oh yeah, oh no. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at all those plants. Look at them all go, doing plant things, living their best plant lives, thinking plant thoughts. Alright. And we can see the oxygen climbing. It's relatively slow. I think the plants are less effective when they're young. So let them grow up a little bit more. And they will start producing even more. But you can see it's just slowly climbing. Slowly making oxygen. Got a little bit more converting to do here. I'm super tempted. I want to just like blow out the wall. I want to blow out the wall and see if we can breathe. I'm going to do it. It's not going to work. I'm going to die. We can't breathe here yet. But give it a little bit of time. It's like an hour away from being breathy. You still suck, right? No water? Gas station. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna bust out the wall, and it's gonna go bad. It's gonna go bad right away. This is the eventual goal. We'll just delete all of this. And then have it all be one big hab. This is plugged straight into the existing systems to make sure that the air is good. But I bet we can no longer breathe. Let's take a look. What's it look like? It is plummeting. The oxygen is plummeting. We have 10 moles of oxygen. 5% oxygen. Alright, dude. How you doing?
Oxygen critical.
How you doing? Ooh, look at that. I can take my suit off.
Cognition low.
Ooh, we're doing it. Look at me go. Look at me go. Living that good no suit life. Oh yeah. Why is it getting dark though?
Cognition critical.
I'm a big fan of seeing. Could we please continue to see? Oh. Alright, maybe not yet.
Temperature critical.
Oh, that respawn sucks.
Toxin critical. Oxygen critical. Cognition low. Health low.
Die on Vulcan before the end of the first day. Bro, this is day like 100 something. Don't lie to me.
Oxygen critical.
This planet is mean.
Cognition low. Health low.
Alright, let's reload. That was what it was expected, but not what I wanted. Can't breathe there yet. No breathing yet. Give me the save right before we killed ourselves repeatedly. I don't remember what the minimum amount of air we need is. I don't think it's a lot. I want to say like 20 moles or something. I don't know. Anyway, we gotta wait a little bit while it continues to convert the carbon dioxide to oxygen, and then once we can breathe, we bust out the wall, and it's all good. Alright, getting ahead of myself. Gotta just chill. There's still things and stuff we can do. We can work towards water production. Is a thing to do. I'm tempted to at least move that satellite, if not just make a big satellite dish. I remember the big satellite dish is useful because it's big, and it's a pain in the ass because it's slow. If you change the directions it's looking, it takes like 8 years to reorient. So it might even make sense to have like both of them, and you could move the medium one faster and get an idea of like what angle do we need to be at, and then change the large one to match. Maybe. Or something. Do you think Orchards has food? Orchards feels like it would have food. Or water, I mean. This might just be seeds, but let's check this out real quick. We're going to bring in some water since our system's pretty low. We're down to like 300 liters and drinking fast with all those plants. Buy some water, produce some water. Alright, what about water production? Let's take a look at that. We're going to need an atmospheric. I think we have spares. There we go. We can make a H2 combustor, right? Is that the one? Yeah. H2 combustor is going to take in H2, so that's taking in the fuel that we were making. And then it's going to turn that into extremely hot steam and carbon dioxide, if I remember correctly. We can verify that too. H2 combustor does... What do you do, dude? Volatile combustor does exactly what its name suggests. It burns a mixture of volatiles and oxygen to create water. Extremely useful in hot or arid environments. Users need to be aware that the combustor outputs considerable waste heat. The device is also less than perfectly efficient, resulting in the auto-ignition of volatiles in the chamber and the production of waste gas, which must be dealt with. Okay. So we do an H2 combustor that's going to create hot water and like carbon dioxide and garbage gas. We can use that garbage gas to exchange heat with our hot tank. The immediate exit would be very useful for just like improving the heat of the hot tank. Instead of chilling at like 700 Celsius or 600 Celsius, we could get the hot tank up to like I don't know, 1500 Celsius, or some level where it's like much easier to create all the alloys. That's a convenient thing to do, on top of cooling it down. We need to cool down the steam, is like a big part of this. And we don't want to just like plug that straight into our cooling system, because it's coming out at like 1500. Like at the very least, you should be exchanging it with the environment to cool it down to room temperature in the middle of the night at like 120 C, and then going down from there. So our first step will be, we'll combust into hot gases. We'll exchange heat with the hot tank to capture a little of that heat since it's useful. And then we will go into a filtration machine, filtering for steam, which is water. So give me heavy water filtration. We're gonna need 2 of these. Looks like you're ready to make exactly 2. That's perfect. We're gonna need 2 atmospherics. We're gonna need 1 heat exchanger boy. Grab that too. We got those to spare. Large direct heat exchanger. We're gonna need passive vents and active vents and all that jazz. I think we've pretty much got enough of those, right? No? Maybe? Maybe no? That's enough. We're good. We need pipes. We don't have much of those. We're gonna need more of those. We're gonna need a bunch of like radiators, medium radiators in particular, I believe. I haven't heard this song in forever. It's a fun song. There's been a bunch of music popping up lately that reminds me of like just graduating college. Like 2010s. Old music. Oh shit, that's not good. Yes it is, we're good. Alright, so that's a big part of it. We're probably gonna need more. I said medium radiators. Let's get some medium radiators. You need steel. This should make 10. 10 is probably okay. We're gonna need some insulated tanks as well. Just like one is good. And then we need a water tank too. So one insulated gas tank for the steam. One insulated water tank for water. Alright, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. We can let this chill for a minute. It's gonna craft a few things. We can go build a few things. Oh, and I forgot, we gotta bring this guy in. Show me your stuff and things, dude. What you got for me? Come on in. Snooze ads. No ads. What happens if you smush me? I don't want to find out. Oh, Baby Moon! Baby Moon's hanging out with Daddy Moon! Oh, look at that. It's father-son bonding. Oh, look at that. He's teaching his baby how to be a moon. Oh, this warms my heart. This is a wholesome stream. Oh my god. Oh, looks like he's gonna go get some milk. He's going to get some milk. He'll be right back. Don't you worry, Baby Moon. I'm sure he'll be right back. Okay, we can sell nothing to this guy. We can buy seeds. Tempted to buy a seed. I think we have all of these. And we need our money for water. Alright, so orchards are seeds. This guy is also going to be seeds then. I'm going to just turn this off. Let's check on the water. We added a bunch of hydroponics, which is not only going to increase the demand, but it increases the size of the water pipes, like just more tube that water goes into. So this probably went down even more, down to 34 liters. Tank is at 207 liters. Oh my fuck, that's not good. That's dropping fast. That's not good. How are you doing, Pipe? Are you filling? You're at 80 kilopascals. You're filling extremely slowly. With the power of like 12 ferns while we wait for the main grow house to do some work. That's not great. What if I turn you on for a bit? Let's turn that on for a bit and see what happens. It's just going to turn off immediately because of my programming logic. Turn off the program, turn that on. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn this off. We're going to tweak our program for a moment. We are in a very bad way for gas and water right now. So let's import this. Let's change the min oxy pressure to be 50 instead of 500. Export. That go here. That go on. That go on. That'll pump this guy down to 50. So we can start getting a little bit of fuel production going. Let's try and get the cycle going before we die. Alright, what next? So we've got our fuel line. We're going to want to run that over this way to plug into here. And then water generation needs to go somewhere. We could do it over here maybe. Or back here is pretty okay. We can use this empty space. It's probably fine. Let's just plug it in right here, right next to all the all this stuff. All right, we get an H2 combustor going this way is good. Okay. You are gonna need pipe and stuff, right? Pipe and stuff. Screwdriver and cable coil. Okay, there's that. We're gonna need to program it as well. This one should be super simple. Basically, we'll just say if your input is a high enough pressure and your output is a low enough pressure, turn on. And then we'll make sure we're only doing cooling at night somewhere further down the line. I think I could program that in like a second. Let's do that. You get power, you don't get logic. There will be no logic for turning you on or off. That's going to be completely internal. Let's program that real fast. It should be super simple. Go to edit, we go to library. What is it? The target filtration. Seems good. What's this one do? This has input pressure, filter is on, output pressure. So min input pressure is 5,000. Let's lower that. Let's say if you have at least 500, because we're super low right now in a bad way. Target output pressure, 3,900 is a little high. Let's do something a lot lower. Maybe like 10 megapascals. We don't want to let it condense in the line because that's going to blow the pipes out. And we also don't want to... We want to cool it off before we let it condense, basically. So let's not blow this up. In fact, I'm going to do 5... We're going to do 5 megapascals for the output to try and keep any water from condensing, more or less. But this code is... This is already ready to go. Just trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think there is. This is a really simple program that's perfect for the job. So it will turn on when the input pressure is low enough. It will turn off when the output pressure is... Sorry, it will turn on when the input pressure is high enough that it's not wasting or trying to burn nothing. And then it will turn off when our output pressure is 5 megapascals. So we'll expect to see 5 megapascals of hot steam and garbage gas coming out the other side of this. Let's plug that in, get a wrench, get some pipes, color them, we'll do red here. Okay, so now that's got fuel. Then here is our hot gas coming out. This is not going to be red. What color are you going to be? What color should you be? What color is water? What color is super duper hot water? I mean, that's kind of blue, but blue is also our coolant line. I'm going to do blue, but I don't like it. Alright. Blue. This one I want to plug into an insulated tank. So we'll have an insulated tank over here just to kind of help collect that gas. And then we'll need a heat exchanger with the hot gas over there. Okay. Heat exchanger, we could throw down. Okay, so let's do it like here. We'll run the line of hot gas up to there. And then you can go to right here. Okay, so we'll exchange heat here. We'll have an extra tank just to kind of collect some steam and give it some buffer. That's the start of the chain. Alright, I'm going to need the hot gas to extend all the way down to there. Hot gas is this dude, right? Let's go through the ceiling. Okay. Paint you orange. Oh no, ads. Oh no! Look away. Avert your eyes. Don't let them sell you things. Never let them sell you things. I think I want to run this along the ceiling. Kind of keep it out of the way a little bit. Oh yeah. Big pipe. Save me clicks. Save me clicks, except you're kind of wasting time, aren't you? Alright, we're gonna need more pipes. This one can move a little. What's that? Still not okay. Closer. Alright, pipes are silicon and steel. I think we need silicon. I'm just gonna grab some. I'm sure we can find some way to use it. Just grabbing silicon for insulated pipes. And we need an insulated tank. And an insulated water tank. Bro wants hamburger. No hamburger for you. I think best we can do is chickens someday. No chickens for you today. If you could eat ferns, you'd be happy. I got ferns for you to eat. You want to eat some leaves? Leaves are healthy. Alright, there's a bag full. Zoom home. Zoom zoom. I feel like I could pretty easily eat cake until I die. I don't think it would take very long, but I think I'd enjoy it. Alright, any water vendors? No. Sad. How are we doing? That is empty, ready to go. Okay, let's throw all of the silicon in. Get it cooked. Forgot to check. We might need to improve the nitrogen as well. The nitrogen filters. Alright, didn't quite get 10 of those. Need a little more Invar. Can we get more Invar? We need to make it, I think. Oh, we have a little bit. Nice. Give me just like 2 or 3 more. Set up for 3. That's perfect. Excuse me. Alright, while that's melting, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the room and feed the dude since he's not having it. Add a little bit more heat. Help that melt. Some comes out right away, right? No? No. That's fine. Alright, how is our oxygen situation? Oxygen is up to 5% at 9 moles. Okay. Alright, suit things. Suit go there. Fill the tank. Tank is full. Eat and drink. Cake time. Dude loves cake. Cake till we die. Cake, cake, cake. Alright, we've been fooded and watered. The suit is good. I think he's not stressing. I don't know how he's not stressing. I feel like I've been in my suit for the whole game. But we're not having any problems. Okay, what else? Can I check the oxygen in the line? Should be going to like 50. It's at 64. It's going down so slow. That pump's still just pumping away. That's all good. Alright. How are we doing? Looks like it's all melted and too cold. Let's get rid of the cold air. Exhaust all of that. What about that nitrogen filter too? Nitrogen heavy. Nitrogen filter needs steel. Easy. I feed you steel. I feed you iron. I feed you more steel. Give me just one of these. Alright, that is empty enough. Add some heat. Out goes silicon. I'm going to put all 500 in here. That one can get broken. Turn it off. You should be blue. You should be purple. It doesn't matter what color you are. You look the same. Alright. Okay, we have 10 of the medium, what do you call them? We need some tanks. Give me just one small tank. One insulated tank. And then we're gonna need an insulated water tank. Okay. I need more housings. I see housings for programming. This is gonna give me 2.5. Give me 7.5. There's one tank, got another one coming. Then we're gonna need a bunch of insulated gas pipes in particular. Oh, and I might have a tank here. Nope, we're out of tanks. Okay, all good. Gases. Sprouts? Oh, this guy might have liquid. I feel like this guy's got liquid. We can't bring him in, though. We need to expand the runway and everything, which is not a huge ask. But that's like 20 minutes in a direction I don't necessarily want to go. All good, one thing at a time. We are getting to, getting where we're going, and we're already in a relatively good spot. Little risk or little to worry about. Alright, you make 100. You make 200. Insulated pipes. we can make those disappear pretty quick. Let's talk to this guy and see what he's got. Maybe buy some oxygen and dump it into the line too. Where's this go? This goes straight into the air supply, right? That's not quite where we want it. It'd be better to go into there. What about water? You got water? Or gas is water? Water can be a gas. Bulk water. Good. And steam, but I'm scared of steam. Let's buy all of your water. Now this guy's angry. Pump that into our system. Okay. You are liquid nitrogen? How the fuck did you get liquid nitrogen? I don't like that at all. Now we're gonna have liquid nitrogen in here. No? Excuse me, what the fuck? How did that happen? What? When did I buy liquid nitrogen? Never. How did any liquid nitrogen get in this? This is like the dudes feed the liquid nitrogen into here. I just did? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me! Oh my god! I'm contemplating my decisions. I regret the things I've done. That was 1,200 too, right? That was like all my money. Ah, fuck me, dude. Alright, we gotta save scum that. That's my bad. That was a bad misclick. We might have lost the water dude too. That's gonna trade the trading. Or change the trading. Good call, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't read. They even got pretty little graphics there, so I don't even have to read, but I still, it was too much. Couldn't do it. Alright, what do we got here? The wrong thing. Perfect, thank you. Fuck me. We needed a liquid tank. Insulated liquid tank. We can go over here and probably lose our gas guy. No, we're good, okay. Same ones. Thankful. Alright. So we lost about 10 seconds there. I'm pretty okay with that. I remember I fed you stuff. I started making some housings. Are those going, or is this too late? You're doing housings, so it's already working. Okay. Yeah. Alright, we lost pretty much no time there. And then we did a bunch of insulated pipes. This game's hard. Sometimes you buy the wrong things because you can't read. Alright, guy, you better have water. Bulk water. 50. Give me the 50 bulk water. That gets pumped into our system. Let's see what we're at now. Are you water? Yeah. Yeah. Where did it go? Oh my god. Sketchy, sketchy. The 50 water is gone immediately. We still only have like 250 liters of water in the system. Those plants are thirsty. Not surprising. We could buy expensive water. That's not a good idea. We could buy steam and cool it off. That's actually kind of tempting. It sells a lot of steam too. But that's going to be too much work. We're going to have to shoot that over to our system of our steam collection system. I'm tempted to buy some oxygen. We could buy 40 oxygen for 200 and then pump that straight into our oxygen stuff. All we have to do is reroute this guy from here to here. That's relatively easy. And that translates to water. When we get our water production going. That's a tempting one. But do I wanna? Maybe. I'm gonna leave you there and think about it. Okay. Dance a little. Gonna watch my shadow dance. Look at that gigantic head shadow. What a gigantic head full of knowledge. Full of spaceman facts. How are we doing? Oxygen's up to 6%. I like how as we go over here, it just goes up and up and up. Alright. Let's keep working on water production. Hopefully we've purchased enough time. Yeah, the plants are just slurping up water really fast. It's not too... We plugged in, like, I don't know, 200, 400 plants. It's not too surprising that they're slurping up water. But I definitely don't want to, like, see the plants die. That's going to be problematic. It'll be a pain if they start dying and we have to, like, replant all that and deal with running out of water. I think I'm stressing over nothing. Don't worry about it. Have faith. We're gonna do the thing. We're gonna not die unless we die, though. Alright, if I remember right, you want steel? Is that it? You want a pipe and a wrench. And then you want steel. Okay. Wrench. Pipe. And steel. Okay. So we have a gas-to-gas heat exchanger. Now, when we have gas coming out of here, it is going to exchange heat. So this extremely hot gas from the combustion of the fuel exchanges heat with our hot tank and helps to just like give us some heat. Not only will it cool off the liquid a little bit, but more importantly, it'll just give us heat. The main cooling of the liquid just comes from the cooling system over here. We're just going to put down a shitload of radiators in a line, and we're only going to run them at night. So like right now, it's 126°C. We should be able to exchange temperatures with that environment and bring the steam down to 120°C with like zero effort. Just dump the heat in the environment. That's way cheaper cooling than trying to lose like 1,000 degrees Celsius on water. Water has a very high amount of energy that it takes to heat and cool. So we definitely do not want to dump that into our cooling supply. Not until the last stages when we actually have water and it's time to like finish cooling it down from 100°C to 20. Anyway, let's keep going here. What do we got? We got some pipes. These guys need to get plugged in. Okay. I'm going to save. We should paint this too. You should be able to get a little more cooling if you compress the water before sending it into the cooling loop. That makes sense. So my concern here is if it gets compressed too hard, then it will condense. Even though that does increase pressure and increase temperature, it'll also cause condensation, which will further increase temperature. But liquid in the pipes will cause explosions if we have too much pressure. And I don't want to like put a drain in there. We don't want to pull the liquid out when it's still extremely hot. But if you happen to know what a good pressure is, I think I've got it set up for like 5 megapascals right now. But that's just one variable we can tweak. What's the magic amount of steam pressure that's going to keep the pipes happy? Use a condenser to avoid that. So if you use a condenser, you're right. The liquid that condenses in the pipes will get pulled out, but it's going to get pulled out at like 1,000 degrees. And I don't want to do that. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm looking to basically keep it as hot steam in this stage, and then we'll cool it along the way, and that's where we'll be pulling the condensation out along the cooling, if that makes sense. But I'm happy. Teach me things. If you see good ideas, if you've got knowledge in your brain, share. Blah. Alright, gonna throw that big nitrogen guy in there. Do a little dance. I feel like this should be painted blue. You make water, so you're blue now. Trying to think of how we want to do this. So I'm thinking we could have all of this can happen at all times. It's basically just going to try and fill up to 5 megapascals at any time of day. And then we can have a volume pump here, a turbo volume pump, which we don't currently have. We use a turbo volume pump to shove it into the radiator system. Maybe one at the beginning to act almost as like a gate. Or we could even use a digital valve with a volume pump at the end to like help pull stuff through, perhaps. Something like that. I think maybe just a digital valve's not a bad idea. It's naturally just going to shove its way along the line, and that will take 0 power to run. So we could do a digital valve here. Digital valve is going to toggle the steam to be able to leave. So we don't want to let any steam out until night. So if the temperature is low, we let the steam run. And then it'll start running through the cooling loop and cool off to whatever temperature is outside. That's the current plan. There may be better ways to do this. I'm open to suggestions. I think I've done something similar before that worked just fine. They're one-way valves if that's all you need. I'm looking specifically to only allow steam to exit when it is nighttime. I don't want it to equalize with the temperature outside. During the winter, that can be up to like 1500 Celsius, which puts us right back where we started. I want to only radiate and cool off during the night is the idea. Digital valve with solar sensor close. Digital valve with gas sensor. Get the temperature outside. Same idea. I haven't been able to figure out how to get the solar sensor to give me like a boolean for the sun is out. I would like that for my solar panels so that they don't track through the night and follow the sun through the dark side of the world. And every variable, I've tried like 5 times to just figure out a variable for like is day. On, activate, none of those are working. Solar radiance, it's not working. I wish they had just like is day, but I can't figure it out. Might look through the API once more. Nothing jumps out as an obvious answer. And not super important, but little side point there. Can't figure that one out. Hardcode angle from horizon, that's a good idea. I like that idea. That's good thinking. That's definitely going to be more reliable. Generally speaking, the solar tracking feels a little fucky. I have to add 90 to the vertical and turn it wildly until it works. I'm not sure why, but it works. Yeah, exactly. I have to do the 90. Oh, vertical less than 90. Okay, that's good. Thank you. I see what you're saying. I like that idea. might do that right now. That's a super easy fix. That could be better than a gas sensor too if we are radiating a bunch of heat and raise the temperature. Then it might throw it off and think that it's day. Thank you, that's a good solution. Also, why the fuck don't they have a boolean for is day? You'd think that would be one of the most important things to keep track of. Dice, please. Alright, what do we got here? So this guy is going to come out. It is going to radiate. We don't have any more pipes, but we have a ton that have already built. So let's go this way. So it comes along, goes here. We'll give it a little space. What do we want to do? Let's give it a bunch of space. Let's give these guys a whole tile to themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, one more. We'll do 5 there, 5 back. And then we can pull condensation off of them. Just generally speaking, I feel like the solar tracking is a little not quite right for being one of like the very first problems that people are going to want to try and automate and solve. You would hope that they would tweak it so that it's a little more intuitive. I feel like I still don't understand what it's thinking after solving that problem a bunch of times. You just apply like a kind of arbitrary fix and be like, alright, well it works now, so don't fucking touch it, I guess. As is the tradition in programming. Great game. Love this game. Love the programming. Fantastic game. Maybe not perfect game, but fantastic. I love it. Yeah, exactly. I think it has to do with like the mode variable too, where you're supposed to tweak the mode for like whether or not it's on a wall or on a ceiling or whatever. I find it easiest to do it facing up like this with a plus 90 or minus 90 or something 90 on it. I like this idea though. Let's import. Let's edit. What am I looking for? Is day. We need to compute is day. Is day is not active. Is day is... it's the vertical, right? So we load the vertical, and then we say set less than v is day 90. Oops. Hey, bring that back. I want that back. Bring it back. Where's the Apple's Control Z? How can I not Control Z? Something like that. How's that? Are you gonna work? Are you gonna track? Okay, it's tracking. We need to see it turns off at night. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That seems better. Alright, so pipes come out. We need another atmospheric over here. Which I think, don't we have it on us? I thought I brought enough atmospherics. But maybe not. There it is. Okay. So we can do an atmospheric going this way. Not air conditioner, filter. I wonder if just having one pipe here is gonna give it angry pressure issues. We'll see. Okay, so we'll have a filter here. This is where we're going to filter out the water. Let's get that plugged in real quick. That is a pipe and some filters. And we'll need to give it logic in a moment. Okay, and then that is going to dump garbage gas. So I'm going to color that gray. And this garbage gas is super hot, so I don't just want to dump it right here. Let's move it away just a little ways. I'm going to go right over here. Just dump it a few tiles away. Somewhere it's less prone to heating up that radiator, basically. This should do. Alright, so we got our... We'll plug this in, and we can automate this guy so that this only turns on during the night and when there's enough pressure. I don't need this valve at all. Yeah. Okay, so we'll automate this guy, so it will turn on at night when there's enough pressure on this end. It will filter out the HO2, or H2O, filter out that steam, and shove it into the radiator system. The garbage gas will get dumped over here. And now we have hot steam running along this line, running into the radiators. It's just going to run all the way around. And if I remember right, we need to add condensation points, condensation valves, basically all along the in-between points, where we'll collect the liquid. That will go into a storage tank, and that will connect to another heat exchange system. This one is going to be plugged into our coolant line. So we're going to dump that last bit of remaining heat into the coolant, cool this thing off fully. So for that we need some more materials. Dude's getting angry, needs shower time. Let's give him some shower time. I need to take a bite of food too. Oh, and I forgot, I gotta go, I'm gonna look at the solar panels real quick too. Let's check that out. Got all those. What about condensation valves? Those are valves, pipe valves, if I remember right. Let's double check. I don't think I have many of those. Got one pipe valve. Does that do condensation? Yeah, condensation valve. So we'll cool off the steam just using the atmosphere. That should be cold enough for it to condense, I would think. And then at the other end, we'll have a liquid to gas cooling for all the of the liquid. We also might need another heat exchanger for the gas at the end. I'm not sure if the H2O is all going to condense. It's still going to be above 100 C, so theoretically it should still be steam. At the very end, after going through all the radiators, we might want to add another heat exchanger to cool off whatever steam made it through to the very end, and then that'll force it to condense. Something like that. Getting close. Alright, that's gonna make way too many. We probably need like 10. We're also gonna need more insulated pipes, I think. We're down to 25. Let's feed this guy some pipe materials. Pipe for you, ooh. Make a few of those. Go do some shower time. How's our water? Can we buy some water or something? Gravels vending? I don't think so. How's the air? Can I breathe here yet? If I pull off my mask, do I just die? Pretty sure. I want to say 20 moles? I think that's like units per square, basically. Not like the whole room or the whole space, but I could be wrong. Numbers are hard. Anyway, that's going up. And it's not yet breathable, I think. Alright, let's do shower time. Let's go check our solar panels and see if they're chilling. That's the last of the cake. I was thinking too, once the area outside is breathable, we blow out the walls and convert this into just like a few potatoes. Dance. 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 You like my airlock? You like my airlock, nerds? It's pretty good. You just run through it and then it happens. Alright, that's perfect. There's like 20 of them. Let's do some insulated liquid pipes. 100 of them should be good. I want to go look at my solar panels and see if they're working. Neat. Nice. Airlock approval. Are they just chilling? They're just chilling, but I don't like this angle too much. I would want them to be facing that way, because the sun comes up that way. And we gotta see them around sunrise and sunset too. Make sure that's looking good. What angle? Something in the horizontal is wrong. Let's just throw out numbers. What's 160 look like? It's gonna be 100 degrees. That should be pretty perfect. Okay, stop. Okay, stop. Too much. It's good enough. That's fine. Amazing. Oh, it's amazing. Nice. I welcome compliments. My favorite compliments are if you tell me how beautiful the cat is. He's a gorgeous cat. He deserves to be called beautiful because he's beautiful. I'm gonna throw some red on these just to make it clear they're a little different. That's, I regret it. I'm gonna keep it, but I regret it. Alright, what are we doing? You are gonna do the filtering and go that way. You need sensors and stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna throw a gas sensor way over here, where it should be unaffected by anything going on way over here, in theory. So we'll use that sensor to drive the logic for when it's cold enough to turn on the system. You're gonna need to be programmed. You are basically the same. I'm gonna do this indoors because of the shower time thing. This guy's got debuffs. Be good to be inside for this. Alright, sun's coming up too. Let's see the tracking actually work. You guys working, or are you mad about vertical? What is the vertical? Vertical. Oh, look at that. It's perfect, except they're completely fucked. Okay, well that's... I mean, it's better. It would be ideal if they just didn't do a flippy poo. But I think we're good. Thank you, that helped. That'll save a lot of energy every night. Which is the time that you don't want to be spending energy as well. With no solar power. Alright, into any water? Got any water for me? Any water today? No? Bye. Alright, so we have the programming for the H2 dude. We need the programming for the water filter. That's pretty much going to be the same filtration logic. So this is just doing... Where's the other one? Filtration with vent? No. We're just looking at it. It was good. It's not fuel mixer. None of these. Target filtration? Yes, target filtration. Okay. So min input pressure, target output pressure. I don't think we're concerned about target output pressure. We might have like max output pressure, just to be careful not to overload this thing. But theoretically, if when we're pushing stuff out, it's just immediately going to get controlled, or it's going to immediately get condensed and start going through the system, and the pressure should be dropping. I guess let's do max output pressure. Alright, so we have a min output pressure, we have a max output pressure. We need a define max max temp. This is the max outside temperature, which is going to be 128, I think, so 130 C. At 130 C is when we're going to go ahead and turn this thing on. When we're below 130 C. And let's change our logic here. Our filtration is on is if our input pressure is greater than min input pressure. Yep. 5,000 is probably low. Let's say even like 5. Let's do 500. It's fine. Okay, so if you're below, or if you have enough input, I'll say 1,000 is okay. If you have 1 megapascal of pressure on the input, output pressure 39 is probably too high. Let's do like 30, because we're going to have condensation causing trouble, perhaps. I'm just throwing out numbers wildly, but generally speaking, this should be okay. And we should never hit this point. This is just like a whoopsie-daisy valve. If something goes wrong, we'll hopefully not blow pipes out. But it should never get that high at all. Should like immediately depressurize. Let's see, filtration is on. If our input pressure is greater than min input pressure, our output pressure is less than max output pressure, which is just this max. Okay, and then we need one more and clause here for v temp is less than max temp. Is that right? Max temp, yeah. This is going to have a single device attached to it. We're going to have D gas sensor, which is going to be D0. We're going to have one new variable for alias v temp, which is going to be R12. We're going to load that. We'll say load v temp is D gas sensor temperature. So we'll wire in that one gas sensor to collect the temperature. And then we need to add one more clause for the v temp being less than max temp. So set less than R2. V temp is less than max temp. Okay, and then we need to add one more and. We'll say and v filtration is on is going to and with itself. V filtration is on and R2. So we change the name of the variables very slightly. We add one new clause here for checking to see that our temperature is below the max temp. We add a gas sensor to the mix to collect that temperature. Now this guy should only run in the correct conditions, unless I made a mistake, which is always likely. While I'm here, I'm going to drink. I'm not going to eat because we got 4-star food. That is a good point. It's just a stylish wake up. They just do a fancy fuck flip. I like that. That's a good way to think about it. That's not inefficiencies. That's fancy fuck moves. I'm gonna leave it. I need more fancy fuck stuff. Dance. Alright, we got some pipes here. Oh, we got one more thing we want to do. Yeah. Let's do one more piece of logic on this. So just generally speaking, we are eventually going to get enough water. We'll hit the point where we have filled up the water tanks enough, and we do not want to add any more water to the system. So like the worst possible thing we could do is just fucking blow it up. I don't want to blow up my water tank. Let's add one more clause here. We're going to add logic for the water tank. Alias D water tank D1. We're going to say define max liquid volume. It's going to be, let's fill it up to like half, 3,000. Okay. And then we will load the volume or the liquid volume, which needs to be a variable. alias v liquid volume is going to be R11. Liquid volume is going to be D water tank volume of liquid. Okay, so we're loading how much water is in the tank. If it's above 3,000, we'll turn it off. So add one more and clause. And V liquid volume is less than max liquid volume. Yeah. Yeah. Add that clause. Set less than V or R3. V liquid volume is less than max liquid volume. Okay, and then we need one more and V filtration is on. V filtration is on. Just gonna and it with itself and clause 3. So all 3 of these clauses need to be true for us to run here. Gotta have enough pressure, gotta have not too much pressure on the output, gotta have the correct temperature, and we need liquid in our tank, so we're not gonna blow up the tank. Gonna fill it up to half. Alright, let's see if that works. I'm dying. I'm dying now. This is what dying feels like.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Let's try that again.
Oxygen low. Oxygen low.
You guys still tracking? You still perfect? Oh yeah. You can hear them clicking. That's them thinking. They're thinking hard. Look at them go. That's content. The next stream will just be 10 hours of the solar panels turning. Be amazed. Let's do a quick check too on the fuel. How's the fuel doing? You are now pretty low pressure, but you can see it's holding the exact perfect amount of O2 and volatiles there. 33.3, 66.7. It's working nicely. Just add oxygen. Just breathe, plants. Breathe harder and breathe faster. Alright, one thing at a time. Let's see. I will put this guy into here. We will put a liquid tank somewhere. Probably just put it like right here is okay. I'm gonna do it kind of in parallel a little bit. Or right in line. Here's our liquid tank. Okay. And these theoretically could be not insulated pipes. It'd be better if they were just regular pipes. Too late. Too late. We could do regular pipes and even put radiators on them. That's kind of the whole point of the radiators. But I think pipes do significantly less than do significantly less than the big radiators here. So all good. Alright, that's too long still too. I'm just gonna do sections of one. Okay. So the air comes out and gets shoved through this whole series of tubes. As it's moving along, it's radiating through the radiators and cooling off. We might want to line condensation valves along the interior and then plug that into a liquid pipe going this way. But I'm thinking it comes down here. And then this can combine maybe with another gas tank and a heat exchange system. We can do an air conditioner, which will plug into our liquid cooling line here. And then we can use that to cool off the gas. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that. You can't do that? Come on. You're gonna make me delete the big pipe? I refuse. We're gonna just make it wild. Just gonna route it over this way. So this is our super cool nitrogen line. This is the main cooling system for our whole setup here. And we might have to be conscious of dumping too much heat into this. We'll see. But if this gets hot, that's a problem. If we heat this up, then our base starts heating up. So a little scary there. Anyway, we'll use this as our coolant. I think we could take a look and see. You are very cold. Negative 36C, 3 megapascals. Bunch of cold nitrogen here. Alright, so we're going to need more floorboards. Probably need to make a few more of those. And I'm thinking we do a little bit of a cooling station right here. We can have 2 cooling stations, 2 AC setups. We can have one for the gas, so that after it's cooled off all the way and reached here, then we're going to super cool it to 20 if we can, which will force condensation. When that happens, we'll have condensation valves to collect that, and then bring that into the liquid. And then we'll have another one for the liquid, so that can get cooled off as well. Seems good. Something like that. Feel free to backseat game me if you can think of some problems or some improvements. Preferably before I run out of water and die like a fucking noob. Alright, that's all we get there. Can do, I want a tank. I want some more of the... I want one more... Or I want more of the floors. And then we need 2 heat exchangers. I think I have one on me. Maybe not even. How's our water supply doing? Down to 24 liters. 147. Oh, fuck. That's going fast. Alright, well, we need to finish this. Got some big ol' fuck energy. I'm tempted to just buy that oxygen too to buy some time. Up to 8%, 14 moles. I recently checked it and it was killing me, so that's not great. What was I building? I wanted one more tank. Give me one more of the large tanks. Large insulated tank. Need a little steel, no problem. That's iron. There it is. Give me one of those. We've got the liquid tank down already. We need 2 heat exchangers. Where are my heat exchangers at? Ah, I already used them, didn't I? We got one here. We need one more. Heat exchanger. Large direct heat exchanger. Give me one of these. I might have overdid it on the plants. I really went for it. These guys are thirsty. Don't die. I love you. I love you so much. I want to roll around in here. I want to roll around in the sea of burns. I guess I could just take off my helmet and die and then start rolling around. That would kind of... It's not quite what I want, but it's close. Alright, we got that. I needed to make some frames. Bunch of steel frames. 40 is More than we need, but I'm sure we'll eat more eventually. Have another 25. We probably only need like 3 or 4 right now. Alright, there's heat exchangers. How about programming? We've got one IC chip. Let's swap you out for an IC chip. Okay, I don't need grow lights. Get rid of those. Keep that. Nah, it's fine. What are you? Memory logic? I'm not going to use that soon. It's pretty much just for the coolant system. Alright, here we go. Song too good, gotta dance. Alright. So we got one tank here. This is just pure buffer. Can anyone guess why this is not going to work? I feel like there's no way it works. Something's going to go wrong. Who can figure it out ahead of time? Likely not me. Oh yeah, this is fine. Okay, so we'll do condensation valves. Let's give it like 5 condensation valves here. Turn those on. Alright, so the steam will go through, it'll get cold and cold and cold and cold and cold. It'll come out here. I'm not sure, we might need to drain the condensation from here as well along the way. We'll see. I'll probably like save, turn it on, see if things start breaking. Add some condensation valves, save scum it a little so we can make sure it works without having to do too much repair time. Okay, so that's part of it. Now we need 2 cooling stations. We want one here, which is gas to gas. That's going to be cooling this dude off. So we can plug this one straight in on this side. We'll have the hot steam coming in here. We're going to cool it off using this colder nitrogen. That's part of it. Then we're also going to need one more right here. This is going to need to be liquid to liquid to hot, or sorry, liquid to gas. Do the medium rads need to be far apart? I don't know. So I was wondering. That's in theory why I did it this way. I just gave them a little space so that they aren't going to share heat with each other as much. And I also did a whole bunch of them. I really want to make sure we cool that water off as much as possible. I'm not certain if that is overkill or good planning. If it's excessive, then that's not a bad problem to have. We'll see when we turn it on. I can start just like looking at the various values at different spots along the pipe, see how it's looking. So this might be a little bit too much. Might be way overkill. Not sure. Alright, what does it need? A wrench and a pipe, if I remember correctly. Let's build these guys. Okay, and then a welding tool and some of the sheets. Okay. These guys are going to be controlled with digital valves. We're going to need one more digital valve. And then we're going to need to give them logic. Getting close. Alright, let's plug some stuff in. Alright, this guy is plugged in. This one needs to be plugged in. Needs to connect to the main power line. Alright, so this gives it the sensor and the tank. Should turn it on. It should fail, right? No, you work. You're gonna give me the right things there? That's what I'm looking for. Let's plug or wire this up. This is the gas sensor is the nothing. Oh yeah, you need the automation wire or you're not gonna get any of the automation things. Okay, there's that. Let's try that again. Gas sensor is gas sensor. This one should be water tank is... I'm gonna label these. You are water tank. You are steam cooling valve. You are steam tank. You need to be plugged in as well. Okay. It's all coming together. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Okay, and then the water needs to get plugged in. I'm gonna route it up into the sky. It's a little gross. And come over here. Okay. Alright, how we doing? Complicated. This finally pumped down to 50 kilopascals. Turned off. That's okay. Alright. Just looking around. What are we missing? Anything? Everything's looking beautiful. You don't need to be plugged in. You're the steam tank. You're the water tank. You have been programmed, right? Did I program you? Water tank is not programmed, right? You are the water tank. Water tank is water tank. Alright, shut that. Don't want to turn it on yet. I mean, I suppose we could. It's not going to do anything until this starts running. Do you cause errors or anything? No problems. You should be sitting there with mode idle. That's good. So you're just chilling and waiting. Good, good, good. I think basically the only thing left is we may need condensation valves along this line. I'll check on that. Ideally, we'll do it all right here. We'll cool off as much as possible using the atmosphere outside. And then we will finish the job using the direct heat exchangers. So I need one cooling valve. And then I need to give those the AC logic for cooling stuff off. And then we're good. Theoretically, at least we can turn it on and see what happens. Oh, ads are coming. Boo.
Hunger critical.
Bro's hungry. Actually, make me a bunch of digital valves. How many can you make? A bunch. Alright, bro, eat and drink. We're downgrading to chocolate bars. Looks like they're still 4-star. Chocolate bars are good. It is not a downgrade at all. Any water vendors? Nope. Okay. So we have steam cooling valve, we have a water cooling valve. Where is my... There it is. Water cooling valve. Alright, and do I want to use analyzers on this? I think I might want one analyzer. A just-in-case analyzer. We're out of analyzers. I can feel the game's FPS dropping too. You play the game for too long and it slows way down. Analyzer. Give me an analyzer. How many is that gonna make? Like 10? Go ahead and make like 10. I'm gonna take 1 or 2. Alright, let's throw an analyzer in here. You are the coolant analyzer. Alright, are these all plugged in? They're labeled. Water cooling, steam tank, water tank. Okay, now we need to program it. We're going to have 2 housings and 2 AC chips. Let's see. Just do them right here is okay. 1 housing, 2 housing. AC chips. Let's throw those out real quick. Throw out the laptop. Already got the AC code. Let's see. AC overwrite. So AC code is going to... It's got a temperature sensor for whatever thing we're trying to cool off. So that's going to be either the steam tank or the water tank in this case. It's got the cooling valve for whatever valve it's supposed to toggle to do some cooling. And then it's got an optional variable for the cooling temp sensor, which is going to be our coolant analyzer. It is going to try and cool off to 21°C, and it's not going to do any cooling unless the coolant is at most 5 degrees Celsius. So that's going to prevent us from heating up the coolant above 5°C. We're never going to accidentally cook the base. And then we also have like pressure regulators back along the way to make sure that nothing overpressurizes. So if the coolant gets too warm, things should just kind of like stop running, and we'll see the pipes fill up with steam and then stop adding steam, and everything will just kind of come to a grinding halt without anything exploding is the main thing. But this is already programmed to look perfect, I think. We're going to just export that code into both of these chips and then plug them into slightly different variables. We could reduce this to 1 housing if we wanted to. But for the sake of convenience here, I'm gonna call it good. Turn them on. Both of them are gonna break. We'll get the suggestions for what is what. But let's say this is the first one. This is gonna be the steam, so it's gonna have the steam cooling valve and the steam tank. So the temp sensor is the steam. Did I plug it in? Nope, didn't plug it in. Let's try that again. Let's give it, needs to be plugged in, and then we can see if it works. Is there any pretty way to route this? This'll work. Alright. Let's try that again. We are looking for the steam tank. Good. The cooling valve is the steam cooling valve. Steam cooling valve. And then the cooling temp is the coolant analyzer. Coolant analyzer. Coolant analyzer. Did I not plug you in? Motherfucker. This game is hard. You have to plug things in. But sometimes you forget. There it is. We're getting there. Analyzer, analyzer, vol analyzer, coolant analyzer. Okay. I'm going to save just in case. This should do nothing. It'll start running, no bugs, and nothing to do. No cooling to do. Alright, water cooling. This one is the temperature tank is going to be the water tank. We're looking to cool off the water. Water cooling valve, water tank. The cooling valve is the water cooling valve. Water cooling valve. And again, we want to keep track of the coolant analyzer there. Turn this on. Again, nothing should happen. Good. But these will flicker on as long as our coolant isn't too warm. And they will cool off the steam, cool off the water. Okay. That all seems good. It is just turning to night, so this is the perfect time to turn stuff on, I think. I'm gonna save. Everything is on and running and ready to go. Except you. I'm gonna turn you on, and you're not gonna do anything, right? You're gonna be idle. Because your min pressure is too low. Alright, since we are in a bad spot, and we desperately need water, instead of doing a... Let's see, what am I looking... Oops. Cancel. Import. Edit. Instead of doing a min input pressure of 500, what's our input pressure? It's at 200. I'm gonna go all the way to like 50. Min input pressure is 50. This is gonna waste power to give us water. We can come by later and we can adjust values and make sure that things are looking good. Okay, anyway, I save. This is the big test. Here we go. Let's get the iPad out. This should be empty, right? You're chilling. Turn that on. This should start running. We see volatiles, pollutants, oxygen, all sorts of things and stuff. And H2O, that's the most important part. That's coming in. It's 800 Celsius. Immediately exchanging with the hot tank and bringing that temp up from 700. It'll go up. We see a little bit of joules go in there, as that is exchanging a little bit of heat. But this guy's filling. Okay. When do you turn on? I forget your threshold. We'll see. But once we get the pressure up a little bit, we should see this guy turn on and start pumping through some water. What is your threshold? This needs to be low too, probably. Open. Import. Min input pressure is 1,000. Min input pressure is 100. I'm just gonna do like 10x on everything. I want to see this work. Or we're gonna divide it by 10. So you should be able to good, right? Or you should be good to go. You are in idle mode. Oh, I need to turn it off, turn it on again, I remember. Let's do that for both of these, just in case. Is that gonna work now? Still in idle? Anything going through? Nothing going through? Did you mean to finish those rads? What? I'm not sure what you're thinking of. They're incomplete medium rads. Oh, fuck. That's our first spot we're gonna fail. I forgot that you need to do something to these. What do I have to do to you? Sheets. Easy. Thank you. Alright, there's our first mistake. Second mistake. It looks like this isn't turning on. Nothing is filtering. I might need to take a quick look at this and see what's going on. Did I program you right? Gas sensor, gas sensor. Water tank, water tank. Is it something to do with the temperature? What's your temperature? Temperature is 127 C, 128 C. Should be low enough. Import, edit, pause. Alright, what's going on here? Min input pressure is 100. Max output pressure, 30 megapascals. Max temp, 130 in Celsius. Max liquid volume, 3000. Alright, what else we got here? The input pressure is the current item. dB is like the current filter. Input pressure. Output pressure is output pressure. We've seen all these work. Temp is the VTemp gas sensor. And then we're not converting this into Celsius. So I'm guessing that's our problem here. We will say sub VTemp, 273.15. Vert to C. Okay. Volume of liquid is water tank volume of liquid, and then it does all of the things to combine all the things, to determine all the things. How's this? You gonna work now, maybe? It is active. Water is going through. The garbage gas is getting garbaged. Okay. So far, so good. Steam goes in here. It's pretty hot. Steam goes here, down to 174, down to colder. 130, 130, cold, 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 cold. Going all the way down to here. We've got the exchange valves going to cool this off. The temp drops really rapidly. Water goes, come on, water. Water, you fuck. Okay, I think we just need to, we need to pressurize for a bit. It needs to hit the correct pressure and temperature for the water to be able to condense, and then it will start going through. So we are seeing it reach the very end. We are seeing it getting cold. This is good. I think there's just an initial period of getting it going. And we can even take a look. What does water do? When do you condense? When do you become liquid? Convert to Celsius. We're going to like 100. So we need like 63 pascals of pressure. We should be there already, I think, right? You working? Are you like freezing? Oh no, it's at 6 or 3 out of let's see. So we're trying to go to 20. So we need like 11.9 kilopascals, and it is at 5. Alright, so it's doing the initial pressurization. There needs to be just a little bit of steam in there. It's not going to immediately become water, even though it's cold. That's just the way it works. It has a specific amount of pressure it wants. That's true for real life as well, where it's not going to want to exist in a vacuum. It's going to need a little bit of air pressure, or it's just not going to work correctly. So we should see no water coming through yet. We should also see you should be shutting off based on the temperature outside. Good. So now there's no more steam being added, and you should still be going, which you are. Good. So we're producing steam. We're filling up the backlog a little bit here, just like the buffer. This is our hot steam area, and then tomorrow, when the night rolls around, this guy will turn back on and start pumping some water through. Okay, I think this is all working correctly. Everything's looking good. And there, we just hit the spot like I was talking about, 11 or 12. It's a little too hot right now. It's got to cool off, but we can see it's starting to actually become water. And we see some water in here, which is immediately evaporating to make steam. And that brings the temp way down. It's like chilling almost near freezing. But once this fills in a little more, the temp will go up and it will stop evaporating. It will remain as water, again looking for like 11 kilopascals. Okay, so just the initial pressurization here. Things are looking good. You are cooling like you should be. I think this is basically it. I think we're doing it. Look at that. We have 0.001 liters of water. That's water. I made that. My ferns made that. That's good shit. Okay, cool. I think this is all working. The last important bit is that it needs to be actually plugged in. Right now it's just collecting in this pipe and then not going anywhere. So we just need to bring that up to the water, which is right up here. This is our main water supply. Let's bring that down. Just bring it through the wall here. And bring it as single tiles for now. We might want to pull it off somewhere along the line. I don't think that's the case. And we can go to longer ones here. Okay, that comes down. Easy. It only took hundreds of days and like 10 complicated systems. And an insane cooling system. There it is. That's the final plug. Oh my god. Have we done it? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We're down to 84 liters. Oh no. It's not good. Okay. We might need to buy some oxygen. I think even with all of this working, we're still like we're drinking the oxygen faster than we're producing water until we can get the greenhouse going full enough that we can start pulling oxygen out of it. So until we bust out the wall and are able to like breathe in that room, we're going to be drinking water a lot faster than we're producing it. So this is good. It's not enough. Let's adjust this. Alright, like I was saying, we can buy some oxygen from this dude, and we can pump it over this way. And send it into the liquid production area. Alright. Big problem solved. We still got problems. Still got problems. Big problem solved, except it's not, though. Still dying. Still dying slowly. Okay, this guy comes down. And over. And we adjust this. Oops, that's wrong. There we go. Alright, so that's the main supply. This is the main storage. Good. Now we can buy some oxygen and dump it into that pipe. And then let's see, how bad is it? We can just like, we might just need to like panic farm some stuff from vendors. Give me all 40. I'm gonna save before I mess up again. Give me all 40. Close. That gets pumped into the oxygen tubes. Okay, they get a little bit more, so that's gonna turn into fuel for us. You're off, right? Yeah, you're good. Do you have like anything else I want to buy? Should I send you away? Should you go away forever? I could buy steam from him and route it to the steam cooling area, but that's a lot of pipe. That's going to be a pain in the ass. I don't think I want to do that for like a one-time emergency steam thing. This guy's got nothing else I want. Can I sell you anything? Bulk volatiles. Ooh. That's actually tempting. This could be like $5,000. Ooh. No, wait. This could be like $500. That's not very tempting at all. Okay, bye. Alright, how's our water supply? 12 liters there. 79 liters there. Ooh. Ooh, it bad. Ooh. How are you doing? You making steam and stuff? Ooh, it bad. Alright. Well, hopefully we can, we'll see what happens over the next day or two. Hopefully we're okay here. That's nice. Let me go home, it's right there. Oh, my jetpack is stronger. Nice. Hard suit jetpack is good. We're gonna make it. Oh, we made it. Alright, what's going on in here? We're up to 10% oxygen, 19 moles. I want to say 20 moles we get to not die. Maybe. We're getting close-ish to breathable. But I don't think we're quite there. Just thinking of what we can do. We need to start collecting this oxygen and feeding it into our system so that we can turn it into water before we run out of water. We're down to like 100 liters of water. It's getting sketchy. It's getting sketchy. I think we're good. Alright, I'm gonna do some breathy boy things. I need to run ads too. I need to run ads. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 second while we drink through our water supply rapidly and get close to death. I think we're good. I'm being dramatic. I think we're okay. Even if the plants die, I think we could recover. But we're cutting it close. Alright, to the corner. Back in a second. Alright. I fed and I drank my human in the game, and then I fed and I drank my human in the real life. And I did a little peeing even. No peeing mechanic in this game. You could recover a lot of water if you could pee. Get a lot of water from peeing and oxygen not included. Maybe think about it. Maybe think about it, devs. Peeing mechanic. Let's get weird with it. Alright, what's happening? Bad things mostly? Okay. Let's see. Can I breathe yet? What happens if I try and go outside? Let's just do a quick test. I think I was saying like 20 moles is when we can breathe. I'm gonna save, because this is probably bad. Also, why is the pressure up to 20,000? How's the pressure going up? That's gonna cause damage. I need to investigate that. What's going on with the propellant pressure? Now it's down to 19. What are you doing? How are you hitting 20? What does your tank look like? Alright, first off, our air is... We're up to 11%. We're at 19.4, 19.5. I want to say 20 moles we can breathe. We're at 19.7. Let's see 20. What's up with you, tank? You should be at 19. You're at 19. I'm going to adjust this very slightly. Seems like it's overpressurizing a bit. Import, edit. Max pressure can go from 19 to 18. Export. Okay. Hopefully that'll help with overpressurizing. Let's see. So I'm thinking as soon as we can bust out the walls, I'm hoping we're ready. Because I want to bust out the walls, and then we could just adjust the point that we're collecting air from being like 75 to like 55. So just give me some air as soon as you can, basically. Oh shit! What up, subs? Thank you for the subs. Pictomanor, I appreciate it. Holy, I don't even think you've spoken like at all. Wow, just lurking and throwing out money. I love it. Delicious, I appreciate it. Thank you. Glad you liked the astronaut time. Alright, what was I doing here? Let's see if we can breathe. I'm gonna remove a wall and see what happens. Put this here. Save game. Remove wall. Here comes the dying. Are you ready? This is where we die.
Oxygen low.
I think we're dying.
Oxygen critical.
Come on. What about just like a little not dying? What about a little not dying? I see 23 moles. Isn't that enough for not dying? The atmosphere you are breathing is causing damage to your lungs. Yeah, but I don't want it to. Oh, but I don't want it to, though. What if I could breathe a little? Instead of all the dying. Are you sure? I want to see myself die. And then I'll be convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm gonna roll around in the firms where there's the most oxygen. I think he's just really breathy. I don't think he's actually dying. I think we're doing it. I haven't even died yet. We're just super duper super breathy. Is it fine? No, but I've repaired your heli several times. Thank you. That's always fun. The world is small. I appreciate when people help out. It's fun being recognized and assisted. I hope I showed you a good time. I hope I fed you a tank kill. Instead of just feeding helicopters into the ground. Like my standard move. I think we're okay. He's annoyingly breathy. And it says, it's got the error message here. But I don't think we're doing damage. I could be wrong. We can keep an eye on it. We have, I have pills. We can eat pills. If we need to. I think we're okay. This is only going up. Pretty rapidly. Do I just send it? Do we just call it good and roll with it? Is this gonna kill me in 10 minutes? Is this game like the Martian movie simulator? I think that's probably one of the closest analogies. This is like playing The Martian. It's a lot of fun. It's pure survival, pure engineering, trying to grow potatoes, which is pretty much The Martian. I put the whole save up on YouTube as well. I think almost every minute to this point is posted on YouTube. So you can watch from there, but it's like a brutal start. Really hard to get going. You start with nothing. And you have to build shelter. This is a very dangerous world. This world is extremely hot with like no oxygen. As you can see, oxygen is a problem. The only oxygen we get is from the plants we have going. Are we okay? Is this fucking fine? This is fucking fine. I feel good right now. What do I want to do about this? The breathing effect drives me insane, but if I'm not dying, we can easily give it a little bit, like a few hours, so we can snowball this into having way more oxygen and water than we need. How do I want to do this? Might be very slow death, but maybe slow enough it doesn't matter as oxygen goes up. So I'm pretty sure I remember reading about it, and like he gets really breathy like this, but he's not losing consciousness, and he's not taking any damage to his person. There's like no damage indicator down here. So I think this is actually okay. And I wanted to do this because even if it's just working this well, that might be enough where I can tweak the programming here. Let's take a quick look. So let's throw this in. Let's load the assembly code. Let's take a quick look. So the min CO2 ratio right now, it's supposed to be at 5%. Let's do 85. For now, we're gonna say 85%. We're gonna have a lot of carbon dioxide in here. We have a disgusting amount of carbon dioxide. I feel gross. I don't even want to do this. I'm gonna say 84. Max pressure 55. So this is below where we want. But for now, we need to get the full cycle going of turning oxygen into water so that our plants don't die. Okay. I think I'm going to do this for now. So we're just tweaking a couple constants here. This is going to pump more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. It's going to maintain 84% carbon dioxide. And at 55 kilopascals, which we're at 54 right now, that's when it's going to start emptying air and start pulling out oxygen. So this is just like basically shredding water exactly where we're at, but it should pretty immediately start collecting oxygen for our water system. I don't like being a breathy boy. This doesn't feel great, but if I'm not dying, I think this is okay. And we still got a spare pill we can eat. We got this delicious pill. So we can eat that dude if we need to. And that will give us a full heal. But I think just like this, if we give it a teeny bit of time here, if we look at the values, the CO2 is at 85.7%. That's going down as the plants are creating oxygen. And it's going down pretty rapidly. We have a lot of plants. We got like 400 plants or some absurd amount of plants. I'm tempted to go make more plants. But they're going to be converting that into air pretty fast. So once that goes down to the 85% threshold, which it's 0.7 away, then it'll start pumping more CO2 in here, which will increase the pressure. When we break 55, we're at 54.2. Then it's going to start pumping some oxygen out. And then once we hit that point at all, if we start consuming or putting any oxygen back into the system, then that's going to start generating water like right away. So we're like right on the edge of dying, but I think we're pushing everything the right way here. I think this is okay, and it's going to rapidly snowball up. I think this is fine. I don't like it. I'm gonna go check and see how are we doing for our water supply. Plus we can put on our suit now. I don't need an airlock anymore. Look at me go. Just straight out through the walls. Fuck them. Wow. Okay. And I guess even worst case, we could just like wear the suit for probably hours without an issue. But I think we're okay. I think we're just barely getting all of this working. And we'll want to like change the thresholds on pretty much all of these devices. They're a little bit wasteful right now. But that's just while we're at like a bad spot. Alright, and we still have 94 kilopascals of pressure here to go. Ooh, it's even going up. 97? How's it going up? That's not right. 98? No. Excuse me, what the fuck? How are you going up? Are you pulling out of the air tank or something? No, air tank is not touched. Air tank's looking great. This is the suit air tank. Should be a separate line. Which we can see too if we look at the pipe networks. This is 19957. This is 199532, so definitely different pipe network. Okay. How's our fuel? Fuel's maintaining the right ratios with a decent amount of pressure going up. Okay. How's our water? Water has 8 liters. But it is going up. Okay. I think we're okay, and we just cut it super close. I planted too many ferns. We didn't have enough water. If we just had like 1,000 more water, 2,000 more water, then that would have helped for sure. But I think we're good. I think it's happening. I think we're looking good. You're like a one-way radiator, right? You're just bringing a little bit of hot gas. It gets really hot during the day, unfortunately. So we're spending a little extra heat, but on a couple pascals of gas here. Alright, that's a little obnoxious. So when the day comes around, then these become big heaters. And they start... the gas expands, and then it starts pushing through. And then we get a bunch of heat over here. It actually is probably worth adding like a valve somewhere, maybe. And say, don't let anything through until the night. So that we cannot be dumping some heat into our system. That's a fairly... We'll see. I'll consider that. I'll think about it. We're wasting a little bit of coolant right now. And how's the coolant? Ooh, the coolant is bad. Interesting. Okay. The coolant's hovering on that 5 point. Remember, at 5 is when it stops even working. Let's go take a look. How's our big cooling chamber look? How you doing? You are still at -40, so you're still at the absolute peak of chilling. This is like the coldest it gets. Blah 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 blah. I think we might be okay here. I think we might be okay. I do want to add some sort of logic. Let's think about this. What am I going to do about you? What do I do about you? During the day, all of this gas expands. And becomes hot through the radiators. And then that's dumping into our coolant supply, which isn't great. It may not matter at all. If the coolant is like way more than keeping up with this. Which it is. So the temp on this is going up, but that's just like reaching the maximum thermal exchange with this section. And this guy's still just chilling at -40°C. This hasn't heated up like at all. Or maybe it has. No, this guy's still at... This is supposed to fill to 3,000. It's at 3,000. So this is still at like maximum coolant. That's totally chilled. It's not even going down at all. I think if anything, we just add some more radiators in here. So that this coolant loop, when it's going through here, getting pulled through, it can exchange more heat. Can I see that pipe? You gonna show me that pipe? I want to see how much thermal exchange you have. Come on, show me. 0? I don't believe that. I want to see how much is exchanging in here, but I don't think we can. Maybe we bust into this last chamber and add a few more radiators on the coolant line so it can exchange heat better. Maybe we even do like a just thinking what we could do here. We need a better thermal exchange of the coolant line to our cooling chamber. Our cooling chamber is absolutely killing it, and it is generating way more cooling than we can transfer into our coolant. That's kind of what's going on here. I would like to see this chamber heating up and even matching the temperature of the coolant here, so that everything before will just kind of like kick into overdrive to cool that off. That seems like that's our current choke point, basically. I guess this guy's running lower on liquid as well. This is like the starting liquid tank for our system. Just thinking aloud, thinking of what we could do here to improve things. Alright, so more thermal exchange here could be useful, so that the coolant is more tied to this final chamber, and this guy can be utilized to its full extent. It looks like we're out of coolant at the beginning of the loop, so producing more coolant could be valuable. Creating another couple of these large vents to help pull in air and create coolant at night is a probably useful thing to do. And we could pretty much, like, if we go overkill on that, then it doesn't matter, because once this thing's full, then they're going to shut off. So it's not going to be like a power hogger. I could put like 100 fans on there, and it would be never wasting energy, because they're only going to run when we need them. I think that might be a good thing to do. More thermal exchange here, more generation of pollutant, and then some better logic for down here. I don't like that we are currently basically cooling off daytime temp water. It's not a ton, because this guy's shutting off, right? You're off, idle, as you should be during the day. But it's still, all of the residue steam gets superheated, which increases pressure and pushes it through. And it's all getting chilled on this end. So, like, this is going to chill off whatever steam is here. It's going to condense, it's going to get removed, and then that's going to make this empty. So it's just constantly going to be pulling through anything in the line. And I'm not sure that that's like a trivial amount of energy. There's quite a bit of steam in there, and like I'm saying, you can see it slowly going down here as it's getting slurped through, and I guess the temperature is dropping through. That's going to drop it a bit. Alright, so something to think about, what I'm going to do there. Maybe something like, we could just do like a valve and say don't run it during the day. But it also almost makes sense to like pump it into here. Like have a one-way valve pumping it into here with a little tank or something. Just generally, we want to take whatever air gets heated up during the day and just like put it in a prep spot to go through at night again, more or less. So we could have like we could do a turbo pump into a tank, and then have like a one-way valve that doesn't open up until night. So we could just pump the air into a tank. It would be hot, and then we would run it out at night. Something like that might be worth doing. The power draw on that might be cheaper than whatever we're wasting on the giant coolant system heating up daytime temp. It might be that that just doesn't matter, that this is a relatively trivial amount of pressure, and that this guy turning off at night, or turning off during the day, is good enough. Not sure if we need to do so much here. But that's worth considering. That is waste. Don't like to see it. Alright, what about another vent or two here? I think I could do that in like 2 seconds. That's not difficult at all. I think I'm gonna add another vent or two, and I think it's bedtime. I'm getting sleepy. are we doing in here? We're down to 52 kilopascals, which makes me think, and the oxygen is lower, so that makes me think that we added carbon dioxide to reach whatever levels we needed, and it puffed some air out. The whole system is systeming, I think. And I also think we're below the breathing threshold right now. That's not great. That's something to keep an eye on. Alright, anyway. We can go check it out too at night and see how it's doing. How is our liquid? Does liquid go up? I hope so. 30 liters. Do you have any liquid? 5 liters? 30 liters, 5 liters. Uh-oh. 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 That's not good. Can I buy some water? You're not water. Do you have water? You don't have water, but please have water. I know you don't have water, but I insist. Orbital oceans. Oh my fucking god. But it's a 6x6. We can't bring in a 6x6. Not only do we not have the landing pad for it, but we need like a large antenna to make that one work, I think. Damn, that would be perfect. Oceans. I could use oceans right now. If you don't have water, I would be very upset. I feel like it's illegal for you to have oceans in your name and then not have water. Anyway, let's bring this dude in. He's gonna have nothing for us, and I'm gonna cry. Show me. Oh, he's got milk. Oh, he's got a water bottle. Are you taunting me? I think he's taunting me with the water bottle. I'm gonna buy 2 of these. Nothing to sell. Alright, how we doing? What's this looking like now that it's night? We should see you running, right? You're active. Should be making steam and shoving it through. Should be getting all the way over to here and then chilling off a little bit more and making some water. You should be going up. We should be generating water every day. Hopefully more than we're drinking is the dream. How are you, fuel tank? Fuel tank's up to a decent amount. So I think a big part of it is just that I put gigantic tanks, which are huge buffers. So it is having to buffer a lot of stuff. These guys are running way less efficiently than they would if this just didn't exist. And instead these pipes were at a higher pressure. At the same time, I think it is working. It's active, the things are running. I think we might be okay. I can see the water going down. Come on. Don't go down. Go up. Go up, water. This is the wrong direction. Oh my god. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's so close to being right, but it's bad. Oh no. Come on. Do the thing. Are you doing the thing? You're doing the thing. You're running? Are you running? You're running. That's making steam. The steam is pushing through. It's cooling. It's adding water to this line. Are you going up? Let's see. What's going on here? Is this a pressure problem? Are we just waiting for the fuel and oxygen and all that jazz to pressure better? $32. Damn. So 100% this system should be water positive. That's like the whole point. There's no doubt in my mind. I've seen it do it before. This is a water positive system. It's just right on the edge of empty right now. In a bad way. Alright, how are we on money? I have 900. That's not a lot. Could try and bring in some vendors. Might need to bring in some, I think we need to, like, bring in vendors for water. Some of the plants might die. That would suck. We're just, like, right on the edge here. I think vendors are the best solution. If we can buy just a bit of water to get the system going better, then we should be okay. It just needs to fill in a little. There's a lot of buffer. Alright, I think I'm gonna move the satellite dish up to the ceiling. That's a start. Let's just get it in a spot where it can look around better. And let's see if we can get a water vendor. Additionally, anything else we can sell is good. You sell garbage, you buy... Okay, this is something we do fast. Oh, that's actually... This stuff's super high value. This guy's one of the highest value dudes we could go to. Let's get some money from this guy real quick. That's perfect. And then move the satellite, try and buy some water. I think that's the dream. I think we're gonna be okay. I bet even if it even if some plants die, even if we get into a rough spot, I bet we can still survive. Oh, I think we could figure out a way. I'm not gonna wipe now. I'm not gonna allow it. We're too far along. Too big and strong. Look at my house. You're telling me I'm gonna wipe after I built this house? Unacceptable. It's too pretty. Can't happen. Alright, this feels kind of bad. This is all super high value. But I'm gonna give you my fancy things. Let's make sure we don't die. Wow, they want a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, look at all that money. Oh yeah, we got $5 billion now. I'm a $5 billion-naire. That's a word. Alright, get out of here. That's enough money. I need water more than I need money. Let's move the satellite dish. I want to see if I can... I would love to get a little more water. I feel confident that I'm not in a bad spot. And then it's bedtime. No. Alright, satellite dish go here. Somewhere up high where I can look around. Here feels good. Cable is cheap. Alright, there's that. Now we need to run power. Gonna need heavy cable. Heavy cable go here. We need to make sure we connect to the right line here. These inputs are not quite right. We need the output coming from the main line here. This is our main power line. It's gonna get a little ugly. Can fix it someday when I'm not panicked. Oh! Fuck. That just blew something up. Ah, fuck. Oh, what have I done? I have no idea where that burst. Hopefully only right there. That's tempting to save scum. Save scumming is definitely the good idea. That would be the right decision. I'm not gonna do it. We're rolling with it. We're gonna... If we're shitting the bed, we're gonna go full force. Alright, here's the main line. I'm hoping it is just right there on that one transformer. I think that's where things went bad. Meow! What's up, kitty? Do you need love? Have I neglected you for hours? Kitty had a lovely walk today, and he had a bunch of playtime. And I gave him some cuddles. He needs more. It's not enough. I'm gonna run this. Let's run it along the side here.
Waste tank caution.
Alright, definitely need to not run into that cable. Let's go out. And around. Gross. That is gross. This makes me feel gross. Okay, and where's that wire? This is our automation wire for our satellite dish. Bring that up.
Hydration critical.
Up and over. Okay, there is the cable and everything going to the guy. I think it's all plugged in. Unless I caused some significant damage, which is likely. This should be good. Now we need to reprogram it real quick. Turn that off. Grab the screwdriver. And oops. Let's do the programming. So we need the dish. What's the dish?
Hunger caution.
Medium satellite dish. That should be the medium satellite dish. There it is. Okay. Now it should work. Now everything's working again. And now we can change angles and stuff. So let's try and rotate it a little. See what we can see. What's up, guy? Guy I uninstalled a couple days ago. I'm super excited about it. I'm super excited. I'm ready for next game. If you feel like uninstalling, I highly recommend. Feels good. Feels good, that install. Alright, I'm gonna save. Let's try and see, can we take the suit off? Should get angry about oxygen, but hopefully not die. Eat and drink. Gets nice and breathy. No food? I've got food. Oh man, it's all falling apart at once. It's getting weird. This guy's name is Nibbles. I think that's food. I don't think that is water. We can check it out. We rotate the dish too. Let's try a different angle. Let's see if we can find anything here. Let's see what Mr. Nibbles has for us. I don't know why I'm using an airlock. It's not even gonna work. It's just fucking going forever. Oh my god. Turn you off. Turn you off. I need to just pull this apart. No, I'm gonna drill you. Get the fuck out of here, doors. You do nothing now. It's good. It's an upgrade. Also, I'm dumb and I try and use you, so I gotta make sure that that is idiot-proof, so I don't idiot it. What you got, Mr. Nibbles? Are you full of water? No? Oh, you got cakes. I love cakes. I'm gonna take a couple cakes. You got water? You got eggs. I'm gonna buy an egg. And you got a bunch of food. Stuff to sell? Don't care. Goodbye. I need water. Water, water, water. Water or I die. How are we doing? 2 liters. Fuck. How you doing? Pump harder. How you doing? Is that going up? 700, 800? Still the perfect ratios. Is it just that you have low pressure on this side? And that's why you suck? Oh, I think it's pressure differential matters. So it's having a hard time pumping from here into here if this one's full. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at that. Let's take a look at our programming here. Turn that off, throw this in, import, edit. What's your min pressure for running? Min pressure is 100. Alright, so you're doing fine. You're running down to nothing. Okay. You're at 2 megapascals. What happens at night? It's getting cold now. Is it just that the air is not moving through fast enough? It might just be that I like really need to put a valve here. I think I'm gonna try that. Let's put a turbo pump here and try and slurp the air through so that the pressure is lower. I think it's just like the pipes are getting clogged. I like that idea. That might do it. Where's my wires? In my literal hands. Okay. So I'm going to make sure that you are still connected so that I can remove one pipe and we can do a turbo pump right here. Can we? I don't think we can do a turbo pump right after one of these. I think this guy needs to move left 1 slot. We're racing the sun. Big panic energy. Okay. Alright, well, you move 1 slot. And then you get deleted, and we do a turbo pump right here. Do we not have a turbo pump? Oh my god. Go! Race, go. Race in the sun. Zoom. Zoom. Give me a turbo pump. You better be able to make a turbo pump. I'm gonna be upset if you can't make a turbo pump. Gold. I got gold. Give me a gold. Quickly, I'm freaking out. Anything here? Nibbles. Builder. No. Alright, it's night. All the systems should be turning on, and they should be going... They shouldn't be working at all, because we're missing this guy. You get turned on. Go that way. Full speed. Okay, how's that? Is that gonna help? What do the pressures look like? You should be running now, right? You're doing your thing? You putting some gas in there, and then it's getting slurped away, maybe? Pressure's going down. Maybe for the first time. Okay, that's getting slurped to nothing. We may want to do like a little storage container right here too. Might make sense. Something really small. Alright. How are we doing? Are you going up finally? Come on, you better go up. You better go up or I'm dead. 4. It's going down. If you don't go up, I'm gonna scream. It's screaming time. God, these plants are so fucking thirsty. This one's 900. This one's 400. Is it? Are you a problem? Do you need more? Meow! Holy shit, that's a big meow. I think maybe a couple buffers could help. Give me an insulated utility buffer. Give me a couple of these. Might help. That should help things run better. Who's my big boy? I love you, big boy. I see you want playtime. We can do that. I'm almost done dying. Let me finish dying first. I'm gonna grab all 4 of these. Water? No. Different angle. Okay, so we'll do a buffer right here. And then plug that in. Okay, that should help this run faster. And I think we want a buffer right here as well. Am I out of pipes? Dude, come on. Are you fucking serious? No, we're good. Okay. I'm gonna do a white pipe. It's miscolored. It's panicked. Panic pipe. There. Let's do that. Alright. Does that matter? Is that helping? You're better, immediately a much better pressure, half as much pressure, and matching what's on the other side. That seems good. Then we can get, this can fill up a little bit more, which hopefully should help this Slurpee boy, because before it was just pulling this down to 0 over and over and over. So now it actually gets to have a buffer and fill in a little bit. Okay, that should get more movement in general. Do you go up? You better go up. You're going down. I'm watching you go down 1,000th of a liter at a time. And it hurts me. It hurts me desperately. Water? Oceans. You taunt me again with your oceans. Can't do oceans. Oceans can't land, and we need a large thing for oceans. Okay, well I think I might have to pause pretty quick here. I need to give Kitty some attention. And I need to go to bed. I think we can go into panic recovery mode soon. I think we might be okay. I just really need to find a water vendor. And we're kind of treading water. It's going the wrong way. But not like super rapidly. We should be producing water now at least. Can I get this down? Yeah. Yeah. Let's do this one too. I can just plug this guy in, turn it on. That's 20 liters of water. We'll empty this pipe section. There. It's just steam now. That's something. Why are you so thirsty? Hmm? Oh, that's nice to see. Oxygen going up. Anything good? Cosmic Cuisine, no. Nibbles, no. Ocean Man still can't do. Change the angle the other way. Trying to think of like what even is the problem. This is a 2 megapascals. This guy's just like not emptying very fast. Temp going up. How's the temp going up? The radiator, it should be one way. So if there's anything going this way, it gets heated and goes that way. Okay, this guy's still just slurping along. Ooh, and the water is getting hot too. There's not much water in there in general. Alright, this is sketchy. This is sketchy. We're treading water. We're close. But, we're treading water on water in a bad way. We need a water vendor. I have $5 billion to buy water with. We can get a water vendor. That's the dream. That might solve the problem right there. We might need some more optimizations on the water system to make sure that we can bring in more liquid. We should be able to generate more liquid than we're using. We should already be at that point, basically. So maybe some optimizations in the system to make it work more effectively is going to generate enough water. In the meantime, we need to buy some water. And I think once the buffers fill more, things should run better too. But we might need some tweaks there. Anyway, this is close. I need to take a break. I need to eat food and take rest and hang out with Kitty Cat and sleep. I think we're going to be okay, even if I run out of water. I think we can find a way to make it work. We got a lot of backup water, at least. We got a lot of extra oxygen to breathe, so it's not going to be the end of the world. But, yeah, that needs to be fixed. Still good progress. We got a water system set up. We got the grow house up and running with a shitload of ferns, drinking all that water. We managed to bust out the walls, and we can even breathe in here. Look at this. We don't even need this airlock anymore. We can just take off our suit and breathe. And he gets a little breathy, but he's not dying. So that's nice. We'll be able to just take off our suit whenever we get home now. That's nice to have. Alright, so next session we need to figure out water a little bit more, and then we are fully sustainable in theory. I think we're super close and in a pretty sketchy spot right now. That's kind of fun. We got to recover, make sure we're going to be okay. But I'm happy with that. That's a good session. I'm calling it. I need sleep and rest and stuff. I think we're okay. We'll see if we can get the water issue fixed in the next session here. It is break time.